Chapter 11:13. Heavenly Palace City. It's been about an hour since the space-time quake happened. At this time, the spacequake alarm had been lifted, and the residents who had been protected had also come out of the shelters one after another. The damaged streets had also been repaired at a godlike speed by the display device used for repair. The entire Heavenly Palace City had been restored to the appearance before the spacequake. The residents of Heavenly Palace City had long been accustomed to the spacequake. Therefore, as soon as they came out of the shelter, the residents acted as if nothing had happened and they had not encountered anything. They once again returned to their noisy state, making the entire Heavenly Palace City full of vitality. If one only looked at the surface, no one would have thought that just an hour ago, in this corner of the city, which looked like hell, there was also a medium-sized riot, of course. The people walking on the street didn't know that one of them was the culprit who caused the space-time quake. He was walking with them in broad daylight, heading back to his own home. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yono reverted to their casual attire. Their spiritual power was sealed away by the sealing bracelet. They are now just ordinary people. They are on their way back to the Itsuka clan with Wu Yin. Along the way, Toka and Yoshino were overjoyed. They skip around like they wanted to go home as soon as possible. If Wu Yin, Kotori, and Kurumi weren't walking at a leisurely pace, the two girls would have started running. Obviously, Wui's family had a very special position in the hearts of Xianxia and Xiaonai as their first shelter after getting rid of the identity of being hunted. Furthermore, Shirji had always taken good care of the two of them, causing them to somewhat miss her. As for Kurumi, she has been walking elegantly with a smile on her face. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled. She didn't say anything, she just kept walking. However, if you look closely, you'll notice that Kurumi would sometimes glance behind her. Then, she would quicken her pace a little to put some distance between herself and the two behind her. She even stood behind Toka and Yoshino to prevent them from noticing what's going on behind them. Wu Yin gratefully smiled at Kurumi. Then he looked at his side. Kotori is there with her head lowered. Her entire face is covered by her bangs, so no one can see her expression. However, one can vaguely see Kotori's petite body trembling. Wu Yin stared at Kotori for a while before turning around. He looked ahead and spoke to Kotori with a voice that only she can hear. "Are you still concerned about what Toko Origami said?" Kotori's delicate body, which was originally trembling slightly, suddenly trembled. She lowered her head even more. After a long while, she finally opened her mouth. "Did I really kill Toko Origami's parents?" "So, you really do care?" Wu Yin sighed. "It's not like you haven't killed anyone in the Spalier world. That one is different from this one." Kotori raised her voice involuntarily, sounding a little shrill. "Killing them was a decision I made based on my own will. Toko Origami's parents were powerless mortals who didn't do anything wrong. More importantly, I didn't kill them on my own volition. It's different. So you think it's your own fault?" Wu Yin frowned. "Am I wrong?" Kotori raised her head. She met Wu Yin's gaze with a wavering gaze. "Are you trying to say, is it wrong to kill powerless mortals who didn't do anything wrong?" "I don't know if it's wrong or not." Wu Yin waved his hand and looked into Kotori's eyes. "But I think you didn't do anything wrong. Even if it's a sin, you don't have to bear it. You didn't do anything wrong." Kotori clenched her fist, her eyes dimmed. "You really didn't do anything wrong? Even I don't know about it, but Toka Origami saw it with her own eyes." "Saw it with her own eyes?" Wu Yin glanced at Kotori. "Are you sure she saw you kill her parents with her own eyes?" Kotori's footsteps paused, and her brows furrowed. "What do you mean? Even though you were still a child 5 years ago, it shouldn't be hard to match her in terms of appearance, right?" Wu Yin shook his head. "Since Tokichi Origami has feelings for Shirji, it's impossible that she doesn't know you. Then, why didn't she show anything to you before? Why did she only treat you as an enemy when you turned into an elf?" Kotori was at a loss. If I remember correctly, Toka Origami revealed something like this. Wu Yin analyzed calmly. "Koichi Origami's parents were killed by a certain elf 5 years ago when you turned into an elf for the first time and your spiritual energy went berserk, causing a huge fire, right?" "What are you trying to say?" Kotori frowned. She sensed something from Wu Yan's words. She looked at Wu Yan with hope. Don't you know something about it? If you do, please tell me, Oni-chan. Wu Yan couldn't help but bitterly laugh. Ever since Coterie became his summoned figure, she had been calling him Big Brother in her commander mode. But in terms of personality, she was still as cold and vicious as ever. She never showed mercy in her actions or words. This was definitely the first time Coterie, who was in commander mode, had ever used such a pleading tone in her life, wasn't it? Looks like she really cares about hurting innocent people when she goes berserk. Well, no matter how cold she is, Coterie is still Coterie. Her nature is still kind. I don't think I can explain it in words. Wu Yan mused. Didn't you lose your memories when you turned into a fairy 5 years ago? How about this? I'll help you retrieve your memories, and you'll know what happened. Retrieve my memories? Coterie was shocked. Her expression turned serious. Can you do that? Piece of cake. Wu Yan smirked. Not to mention retrieving your memories. I can even create a new one for you. You're dead if you do that. Coterie glared coldly at Wu Yan. Listen up, if you dare to fabricate a new memory for me, don't expect me to forgive you. What if I help you retrieve your memories and prove you're innocent? Wu Yan's tone turned playful. How do you want to repay me? My adorable little sister. I'll repay. Coterie's eyes darted around. She didn't dare to look at Wu Yan's playful face. Her cheeks turned red as she spoke shyly. Or if that's the case, you could do whatever you want. Wu Yan looked at Coterie in disbelief. He couldn't believe that those words came out of Coterie's mouth. But soon, Wu Yan smiled. It was a joyful smile. Remember what you said, Coterie-chan. You can't go back on your words. You're so annoying. Coterie glared at Wu Yan. I've always kept my word. If you dare to fabricate a new memory, I'll... Yes, yes, yes. Wu Yan shrugged. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. That better be the case. Coterie snorted coldly and quickened her pace. Her cheeks were still flushed red. Obviously, saying, you can do whatever you want, is a challenge for Coterie, who is in her commander mode. Wu Yan retracted his smile when he saw Coterie's reaction. He released a sigh of relief. At least Coterie has returned to her normal self. He achieved his goal. But I didn't expect Coterie to say, do whatever you want when she's in her commander mode. It's clear that she really cares if she kills some innocent people when she goes berserk. It's a good thing Coterie didn't kill Toichi Origami's parents. Otherwise, Wu Yan can't imagine what would happen to Coterie. Shido, hurry up. I'm leaving you behind. I'm coming. Wu Yan reined his thoughts and quickened his pace when he heard Toka's excited shouts. Chapter 11:14. When Wu Yan and company arrived at Itsuka's house and entered the house, they were greeted by Shirori, who ran out looking like she just saw a ghost. Everyone jumped in fright when they saw her. After a period of chaos, Shirori finally calmed down and explained the situation to Wu Yan and Ko in a trembling voice. After Shirori finished her explanation, Wu Yan's group found out that the reason why Shirori acted like she saw a ghost was because of them. This is a dungeon world. The time ratio is 100, 1 compared to the Spalier world. If Wu Yan leaves the dungeon world, the time will stop flowing. So, Shirori didn't know that Wu Yan's group left this world for quite some time. The problem is, when they left this world, Toka and Yoshino were with Shirori. So, the time in the date battle world stopped at the time when Shirori, Toka, and Yoshino were still chatting. In the Spalier world, Wu Yan summoned 4 elf girls. Toka and Yoshino left Shiori's side. When they returned to this world with Wu Yan, time resumed. The result was, both Shirji and Shirji suddenly disappeared right in front of Shirji's eyes. Poor Shirori, who was still immersed in chatting with Toka and Yoshino. The next second, 2 living people disappeared in front of her. How could she not be afraid? Shirori didn't dare to stay here alone. She ran off to look for Wu Yan, Coterie, and Kurumi. Shirori found something amiss when she looked for them. The 3 of them had also disappeared. Such a strange phenomenon scared Shirori so much that she almost fainted. She wanted to escape from Itsuka's house. She was afraid that even the people on the street outside would disappear. If she was the only one left in the world, she would collapse. So, Shirori could only tremble. She held onto the fear in her heart. She ran back to her room. She hid under her quilt and didn't dare to come out until she heard Wu Yan's group shouting, "I'm back." She ran out with tears streaming down her face. Wu Yan and Ko blushed with shame when they found out what happened. They can only console Shirori, who is in a state of panic. They can't explain what is going on with this supernatural phenomenon. Left with no other choice, Wu Yan used a skill to erase Shiori's memory to calm her down. When everything calmed down, Shirori led Toka and Yoshino to prepare dinner. Wu Yan was brought into the room by Kotori, who couldn't wait any longer. Kurumi came along with them as well. Of course, the three of them didn't want to do anything that would make them feel better. They just wanted to help Kotori retrieve the memories that she lost when she turned into an elf 5 years ago. Itsuka, Kotori's room. Wisps of burning mana flames jumped on his fingers, as if they were cheerful fairies dancing in the air. Wu Yan grabbed a strand of magical flame and flicked it. The magical flame shot out like a bullet and hit the ground. Then, a platinum-colored magical formation appeared with the magical flame as the center. Wu Yan nodded and looked at Kotori. Stand in the magical formation. Stand in this magic circle. It can help you reconstruct the memory before and after your elven transformation 5 years ago. Kotori's face tensed up. She was expressionless, but there was an indescribable seriousness in her voice. She nodded and walked into the magical formation. She stood in the center. Be easy. The platinum-colored magical formation flashed with a barrier of light. With the boundary of the magical formation as the boundary, it enveloped Kotori. Then, the ripples of mana started to expand, and Kotori slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, Wu Yan and Kurumi closed their eyes. This magical formation has an additional effect. It allows others to share the memories of the person in the magical formation. To avoid losing her memories again, Kotori agreed to share her memories with Wu Yan and Kurumi. Therefore, in the room, the three of them closed their eyes and immersed themselves in their own minds. A blurry image slowly appeared in the minds of the three of them. In the image, a young Kotori is standing there. However, she wasn't alone. There's a shadow in front of Kotori. It was a shadow whose entire body was covered by something that looked like a mosaic. The shadow extended a hand that's also covered in mosaics towards Kotori. In the palm of his hand, there was a small red gemstone that was faintly emitting a fiery red light. It was lying there. The shadow seemed to say something to Kotori. Kotori slowly reached out her hand and touched the red gem. The moment Xianxia touched the red gem, it turned into a ray of light and merged into Xianxia's palm. Then, Kotori's body began to burn with scorching flames. Her clothes started burning from the bottom and turned into ashes. It turned into a strange, feather-like pinkish-white kimono. She was wearing a feather kimono that was so beautiful it seemed like a fantasy. She was bathed in boiling flames. In the video, Kotori's face was twisted in pain. Not only that, but around Kotori, bright red flames began to burn. Kotori seemed to have reached the limit of her endurance, and she began to cry out, as if it had received some kind of command. The flames suddenly expanded and spread wildly in all directions. The park, the houses, the shops, the buildings, and even the streets were all covered by the merciless flames. Xianxia, on the other hand, seemed to have been tied to a pillar. Her hands were spread wide open as she screamed in pain. She looked like a saintess who was being burned alive. As she screamed, the flames around her shot out in all directions like a flamethrower. By the time Xianxia finally stopped screaming and calmed down, everything around her had already been engulfed in a sea of fire and was slowly burning away. Everything within his field of vision was burned to ashes. Moreover, the fire was still gradually expanding its scope. Seeing all this, Kotori's face once again showed a pained expression. She collapsed to the ground, covered her face, and cried bitterly. Large drops of tears flowed from her eyes, dripping onto the ground, and were directly evaporated by the scorching flames. The shadow stood there and watched, until a certain moment it suddenly raised its head and looked at the sky. Then, it immediately disappeared. Almost at the same time, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Coterie. Coterie threw herself into the person's arms as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw. Not long after, the two talked about something, and the person gave Coterie a red bracelet before disappearing. That person was Wu Yin, who accidentally returned to Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago. When Coterie put on the bracelet and sealed all her spirit energy, Wu Yin disappeared. The shadow appeared in front of Coterie again. This shadow kept looking up at the sky and didn't say anything for a long time. When her spiritual energy was sealed and her spiritual equipment turned into flames, Coterie covered her body and took a few steps back in fear. The shadow seemed to have realized something and looked at Coterie. Then, the shadow reached out its hand. This time, there was no gem in its hand. Its palm was no longer in front of Coterie. Instead, it pressed down on Coterie's head. A faint light flashed from the shadow's hand. Coterie, who was struggling, stiffened. Her eyes closed, and she fell to the ground. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The shadow disappeared once more. The fire that spread throughout Heavenly Palace City seemed to have lost its power. As Coterie fell, it gradually dimmed. Many buildings and streets that were burned to ashes were exposed to the air. Everything disappeared. The image of Heavenly Palace City, which was almost burned to ashes, emitting light smoke, became the last scene in this memory fragment. Chapter 11:15. The magical ripples in the small room slowly receded. The platinum-colored magic formation in the center of the room slowly retracted and disappeared into thin air. Wu Yin, Coterie, and Kurumi opened their eyes. They were shocked, as if they were awakened from a nightmare. Their breathing quickened. That was... Coterie covered her forehead subconsciously. She was still immersed in the memories she just retrieved. Her red eyes were trembling violently. Even her pupils were dilated. I remember now the reason why I turned into an elf. Compared to the dazed Coterie, Wu Yan's expression was full of frustration. So that shadow was there the whole time. Why didn't I notice it? Despite saying that, Wu Yan couldn't do anything about it. What could he do? When he returned to Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago and saw Coterie, it was just an accident. It was not something he could control at all. It was only a short period of time. He was not free when he came, and he was not free when he left. Even if he found the shadow, he probably couldn't do anything. However, Wu Yan wasn't happy that the shadow that caused Coterie to turn into an elf had watched him disappear from Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago. That shadow! Kurong San frowned slightly and then relaxed her brows. She relaxed and muttered. So that's what caused Coterie to turn into an elf. Wu Yin and Coterie flinched when they heard Kurumi's words. Coterie quickly asked after she recovered from her daze. Kurumi, do you know it? Kurumi nodded, but quickly shook her head. I don't know it. I only met it a few times before House Sama came with me. This... Coterie took a deep breath and suppressed the agitation in her heart, calming herself down. And do you know who it is? Kurumi shook her head. I said I met it a few times, but I only talked to it a few times. I only know it was covered by a blurry shadow every time it appeared. It has never revealed its true form. As for what purpose it has and what it usually does, I have no idea either. Kurumi nodded. Coterie fell silent. Wu Yin glanced at Coterie. Then he looked at Kurumi. Kurumi, how do you know it? In the beginning, it came to me by itself. Kurumi narrowed her wine-red eyes and tried to recall what had happened. She slowly opened her mouth. It seemed to know a lot of things. It also knew that I was gathering a lot of time to launch the Bullet of 12. It was also the one who gave me the information that you were studying in Lichon High School, lived in Wu He's house, and had Shixiang and Sifunai with you. It gave it to you? Wu Yin narrowed his eyes, and he continued. You're saying you transferred to Zenhai to look for me, because it provided you with the information you needed? That's right. Kurumi sighed. Speaking of which, it's thanks to it that I was able to get information from the outside and successfully integrate myself into human society. Hearing this, Coterie frowned. So, you don't know anything about it? Sorry. Unfortunately, I don't know much about it. Kurumi looked at Kotori. Almost every time, it took the initiative to find me. The information it provided me was all given by it for free. I once suspected its purpose, but what it did was not harmful to me at all. So I don't know why it did this. Kurumi glanced at Wu Yin when she said this. But it seems to be interested in House Sama. I even suspect it was its plan to meet House Sama. It's interested in me? Wu Yin raised an eyebrow and smiled. Is it because I went back in time and sealed Kotori's Reiki? Kurumi pondered for a moment and nodded. Apart from this possibility, there shouldn't be anything else. After all, in this world, the only one who can seal the power of the elves, besides Shurji, is Husband. On top of that, Lord Husband also possesses a strength that is comparable to or even surpasses the elves. If I didn't become Lord Husband's summoner, I probably wouldn't have known what kind of existence Lord Husband is in my entire life. That's true. Wu Yin lowered his head and pursed his lips. It has done so many inexplicable things behind my back. It must have its own purpose. To it, an inexplicable existence like me should have disrupted its plan. It's not strange for it to pay attention to me. Even you don't know the true form of that shadow? Kotori turned to Wu Yin. Don't you know a lot about the dungeon worlds? Huh, didn't I tell you when we were in the bloodlust frenzy world? I don't know everything about the dungeon worlds. Wu Yin bitterly smiled. Even though I know a lot more about this world compared to the blood-devouring frenzy world, unfortunately, that shadow is a mystery. Even I can't figure out what it is. You always drop the ball at the most crucial moments. How useless are you? Kotori harumphed coldly. At least I know why it turned me into a Reiki and why it gave the core of Reiki's Reiki to a human. That, I really don't know. Wu Yin turned his head away, and he said this out of the blue. But I do know that there's another Reiki in this world like Kotori. She was given a Reiki by the shadow and turned into a Reiki. Kotori was shocked. She grabbed Wu Yan's collar and yelled angrily, "What did you say? Why didn't you tell me about such an important thing?" Wu Yan tilted his head back to avoid Kotori's saliva and pursed his lips. "What can I do if I tell you?" "Do I even need to tell you?" Kotori yelled angrily. "Of course you have to communicate with her and seal her Reiki. I can't do anything about that." Wu Yin shrugged and explained before Kotori exploded. That Reiki hates men for some reason. She likes cute and pretty girls. Kotori's anger froze. Allah! Kurumi also opened her mouth in surprise. In other words, that's right. Wu Yin looked at Kotori and he teased her. Just like Lana, she's a Yuri lover. I can't handle her. Or, Kotori, are you going to sacrifice your looks? Kotori choked when she saw Wu Yin and Kurumi looking at her with strange gazes. She got angry and yelled at Wu Yin. "I don't care. The task of communicating with the elf is yours. You have to take her down." Huh? Wu Yan's weird expression froze on his face as he exclaimed in surprise. "Didn't I tell you she's a Reiki lover? That's your business." Kotori put her hands on her hips. "You've successfully conquered a lot of people. Don't tell me you can't handle a Reiki. I really can't. Do you think I'm the god of strategy?" Wu Yan complained loudly. "That's changing a person's sexual orientation. Have you ever seen a strategy more difficult than this? I told you that's your business." Kotori narrowed her eyes and waved her hand impatiently. "Do you still want a Reiki or not?" Wu Yan flinched and he quickly nodded. Kotori grinned maliciously. "If that's the case, you have to do your best to complete Radatasker's mission. That way, I can apply for a Reiki from the higher-ups." Ugh. Wu Yan's lips twitched, and he put on a fake smile. I can also go steal the AST or DM's display device. Radatasker's parent organization, Ascade Electronics, has a more advanced Reiki technology than DM. Kotori looked at Wu Yin with a faint smile. "Is that okay?" Wu Yin didn't have anything else to say to that. Kotori nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 11:16. Heavenly Palace City, Lai Chan High School. Walking down the corridor towards the classroom, Wu Yin yawned in exhaustion. Shurori frowned and started reprimanding him. "Shido, can you wake up a little? Even I feel sleepy seeing you like this." "Can't help it. It's not my fault this time. Wu Yin scratched his cheeks, and he bitterly shrugged. It was too late last night. I didn't get enough sleep. Too late. Shirori blinked. She looked at Toka, who was munching on a piece of bread, and Kurumi, who was hugging Wu Yan's arm intimately. She blushed when she saw Wu Yan on the left. Kurumi blushed when she saw Wu Yan on the right. Shido, Shirori purposely coughed while looking at Wu Yan from the corner of her eyes. I can't say too much about your private life, but I hope you can control yourself. Otherwise, as your sister, I will be troubled. That statement of yours makes me want to retort in all sorts of ways. Wu Yan's lips twitched. In your eyes, do I have to do something so impure in my private life? Isn't that right? Shirori closed one while squinting her other eye. She continued to squint at Wu Yan. Then let me ask you, Shido, what was it that made you fall asleep last night? Wu Yan opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the words to say. Should he tell Shirori that he went to drive Fraxinus back to the airspace of Tiangong City last night so that the members of Ratatoskr would have a place to go to work today? He didn't mind letting Shirori know, but Kotori was against dragging Shirori into this mess. If she knew that Wu Yin told Shirori about Ratatoskr, Wu Yin would be in big trouble. That's why Wu Yin didn't know what to say. In Shirji's eyes, this kind of behavior left her speechless and unable to refute. Sigh. Shirori let out a sigh of disappointment and quickened her pace. Shido, you're Kotori's brother. You're not my real brother. I'll tell Kotori everything about you. Shirori sped up and disappeared at the end of the hallway, as if she wanted to get away from the pervert. Watching Shirori disappear from his sight, Wu Yin covered his face with his hand. He looked at Kurumi, who was hugging his arm. Do I look like a pervert who can't live without women at night? Kwang-sen was slightly startled. Then, her wine-red eyes widened a little, revealing an incredulous expression. Wu Yan's eyelids twitched, and he shrugged. Okay, I understand. Hey. Toka tugged at Wu Yan's shirt, and she asked in a curious tone. She just finished eating a piece of bread. What's a nightlife? Kurumi giggled. Wu Yan's face crumbled as he told Toka in an exasperated tone. If you were willing to answer this question when Shirori was here, I wouldn't be called a pervert. Shirori, 10 Fragrances paused for a moment, then looked around her. She exclaimed, All right, where's Shirori? Where did she go? Is bread the only thing in your eyes? Wu Yan almost went crazy. She left in front of your eyes. Huh. Even Kurumi was in awe of 10 Fragrances' natural state. She couldn't help but laugh. She laughed until her stomach hurt. While the three of them were fooling around, the door to the classroom appeared in front of the three of them. The moment Wu Yan, Kurumi, and Toka entered the classroom, all the noises in the classroom died down. The classroom became silent. Numerous gazes swept over the three of them without any explanation. There were all kinds of emotions in them. Some were envious, some were probing, some were curious, and some were jealous. But most of them were disdain. Disdain for Wu Yan. After all, in their eyes, Toka had just shouted at Kurumi, I'm Shido's girlfriend. You're just Shido's fiancé. That's right. That's right. But now, the three of them were lovey-dovey, intimate, and harmonious. It would be strange if they didn't attract attention when they went to school together. Of course, the rumor about the name Itsuka Shido changed from two-timing to openly two-timing. It made the boys jealous and the girls hate and despise him. Feeling all kinds of gazes from around him, Wu Yan didn't show any reaction on the surface, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Recently, no matter which world he was in, he seemed to attract attention. From this point of view, he really has the destiny of a protagonist. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he sat down on his seat. He started chatting with Kurumi and Toka. He treated everyone else as if they're nothing more than dirt. He teased the two beauties without a care in the world, causing them to giggle with him. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the boys in the class almost burst into flames. They beat their chests and stomped their feet, tears streaming down their faces. Whether it was Kurumi or Toka, the two of them were super beauties. Such a beautiful girl. In the entire Lichon High School, was already qualified to be the school belle. Now, the school beauties were chatting passionately with an unremarkable boy. How could they not be envious? Hey, Wu Yan. A few girls surrounded Shirori and began to criticize Wu Yan. Your brother is two-timing. Shouldn't you do something about it? Shido isn't two-timing, you know. Shirori also thinks that Wu Yan is a bit of a playboy, but in front of outsiders, she chose to side with him. She shook her head and shook her head. That, you see, isn't this a common plot in TV shows? Originally, the two of them loved each other very much. But one day, a fiancé suddenly appeared and said that their engagement was set by their parents. Shirori explained. Shido is like this now. In fact, there's nothing going on between him and Tokasaki-san. Shido really likes Toka. From this sentence, it can be seen that Shirori is on Toka's side. I see. The girls nodded in agreement. They looked at Wu Yan with a friendlier gaze. Shirori released a sigh of relief when she saw this. But at this moment, Itsuka Shido, while Wu Yan, Kurumi, and Toka were chatting happily, an extremely calm and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this familiar voice, Wu Yan's body stiffened. He turned his head reflexively. The figure that entered his sight was not out of his expectations. It's Toka Origami. Tabichi Origami. Wu Yan averted his gaze. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried. This Toka Origami. She won't make a move right here, right? Perhaps seeing Wu Yan's thoughts, Toka Origami raised her head and stared straight at Wu Yan's face. I have something to say to you. The entire classroom went silent. Could it be that having a foot in two boats was a thing of the past, and now he was having a foot in three boats? This thought appeared in the minds of almost all the students present. Therefore, a piercing gaze pierced Wu Yan's back. Wu Yan felt a chill down his spine for a moment. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, Wu Yan dryly laughed. Toka Origami, I have something to say to you. Toka Origami used the same tone to interrupt Wu Yan. At the same time, there was an unquestionable look in her eyes. Seeing this, Wu Yan knew that if he didn't make things clear to Toka Origami, she wouldn't give up. Hey, Toka Origami. On the side, Toka couldn't help but yell. What do you want to do to Shido? Toka Origami ignored Toka and continued to stare at Wu Yan. This made Toka a bit angry. I say you. Toka, patting Toka's shoulder and giving her a reassuring look, Wu Yan walked out of the classroom. Toka Origami immediately followed. As soon as the two walked out of the classroom, the entire classroom became noisy. Shirji. Many female students looked at Shirji. Are you sure your brother only likes Okami? Shirji smiled embarrassedly and tiredly laid on the table. I don't care. Chapter 11:17. There's not much time left before class starts. In the hallway, the uniformed students are marching towards their respective classrooms. Wu Yan and Tabichi Origami are the only ones who are walking in the opposite direction under the curious gazes of the other students. Along the way, the two of them didn't say a word. They maintained their silence and walked against the flow of people until they reached the staircase. They climbed up the stairs and walked to the door of the rooftop that was tightly locked, as if they had planned this beforehand. Wu Yan and Tabichi Origami stopped at the same time. They turned around at the same time and faced each other. If anyone saw this scene, they would think that one of them brought the other here to confess. If you don't look at the serious expression on their faces. In the distance, the noise of the students from Lichon High School was still reverberating, clearly reaching their ears. However, at this moment, the two of them had already selectively blocked out all the sounds. They were clearly less than 3 or 4 steps away from the crowd, but the scene had strangely formed a silent space that seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. Looking at Tabichi Origami's delicate doll-like face, Wu Yan had the thought of if only she could smile. Of course, it's just a fleeting thought, Wu Yan knows. Making Tabichi Origami smile is harder than making Ikaro smile. After all, Tabichi Origami carries a burden that normal high school students can't bear. Hatred. And this hatred exploded when he saw Kotori yesterday. Wu Yan can more or less guess why Tabichi Origami brought him here. To be honest, With the hatred in Tabichi Origami's heart, it's a bit out of Wu Yan's expectation that she didn't attack him immediately. But if possible, he doesn't want Tabichi Origami to hurt Kotori. Even though, compared to Tabichi Origami, Kotori is much stronger, Wu Yan doesn't want to see that happen. So if possible, he also wants to erase Tabichi Origami's hatred. Even if he can't erase the hatred in her heart, he has to at least make Tabichi Origami believe him. Kotori isn't her enemy, but with Tabichi Origami's personality, she probably wouldn't believe what he said. Wu Yan can only try his best. If Tabichi Origami doesn't want to let Kotori go, then for Kotori, Wu Yan has to use some tough methods. Of course, that's for later. Wu Yan thought about telling her the real enemy who killed Tabichi Origami's parents, but he immediately gave up on that idea, because that's more difficult than letting Tabichi Origami give up her hatred, believe him, and smile from the bottom of her heart. If she knows the truth, Tabichi Origami might completely lose her motivation to survive and collapse. The only thing he can't say is the truth. Even if he did say it, Tabichi Origami wouldn't believe him. She might even view him as an enemy and misunderstand him. Now, Wu Yan can only go with the flow. Amidst the dead silence, Tabichi Origami kept her emotionless gaze on Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't say anything and didn't look like he was going to open his mouth. It's not clear if Tabichi Origami got impatient or she couldn't take it anymore, so she went straight to the point. What did you mean by what you said yesterday? Staring straight into Wu Yan's eyes, Tabichi Origami spoke as if it was a routine. Wu Yan could feel Tabichi Origami's gaze sharpening. Wu Yan raised his head and smiled. Since you chose to ask me, can I take it that you believe me? No, I didn't believe you, Koichi Origami said without hesitation. It's just that I can't tell which one of the two fire elves is the real murderer of my parents. In other words, both of you are my enemies. That's an unexpected answer. Wu Yan closed his eyes. Since you didn't choose to believe me, why did you still ask me? If Kotori is your enemy, then I will protect her. But if I am your enemy... Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes and looked straight into Tabichi Origami's eyes. Do you think I will confess my crimes? Hearing this, Yuichi Origami's face finally changed a little. She clenched her teeth tightly and clenched her fists. Tell me. Her delicate face became a little ferocious and pained. She raised her voice as if she was questioning and pleading. 5 years ago, was it you or Kotori who killed my parents? It has nothing to do with Kotori, Wu Yan said calmly as if he didn't notice Tabichi Origami's expression. Kotori is a human. Due to some fortuitous encounter, she obtained the power of a fairy and turned into a fairy. She didn't want to cause the fire 5 years ago. Wu Yan shook his head while ignoring Koichi Origami's shocked expression. From a moment she obtained the power of the elves to the moment I sealed Kotori's power, Kotori stayed in the same spot and didn't move a single step. Therefore, she didn't kill anyone. A human obtained the power of a fairy. You sealed it. Tokichi Origami's eyes fluctuated violently. He gritted his teeth and gradually increased the strength of his teeth. Do you think I'll believe that? I clearly saw a fairy at that time. Let's not talk about whether you saw it or not. Wu Yan waved his hand and interrupted Tabichi Origami. Even if you did, are you sure it was Kotori you saw? Tabichi Origami paused. She furrowed her brows. That day, I saw the silhouette of the elf who killed my parents. How can you be sure it was Kotori just by looking at her? Wu Yan glared at Tabichi Origami. Tabichi Origami couldn't help but take a few steps back. You didn't even see her face. How can you be so sure? Tabichi Origami's expression changed. She bit her lips. You're right, I didn't see the fairy's face, but how can you prove that Kotori has nothing to do with this? Are you the one who killed my parents? No matter how I look at it, it's just a lie you made up to protect Kotori. Tabichi Origami pointed at Wu Yan. If you didn't do it, then show me proof, otherwise I won't believe you. Following Origami's words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Looking at Yuichi Origami pointing at him with one hand, but her teeth were constantly biting his lips and she was still using force. He was afraid that if this continued, it would not be strange for her lips to be bitten by her. It's easy to imagine how painful it is for Tabichi Origami to lose her parents. Under such pain, if Tokichi Origami were to find out the true identity of the murderer who killed her parents, that's too cruel. Wu Yin smiled bitterly. You're right, I can't prove that Kotori didn't kill your parents, but you can't prove that Kotori killed your parents either, right? Wu Yin lifted his head and looked at Tabichi Origami. Or do you plan to kill the wrong person rather than let them go? Kill me and Shirji's sister and suffer the same pain of losing a loved one as you do? Sure, Ji. Koichi Origami's face instantly turned pale. She lowered her head and used her bangs to cover her face. She was unable to say anything else. Wu Yin didn't say anything else. He just stared at Toichi Origami, trying to figure out something from her expression. However, he could only see Toichi Origami's slender shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, Origami Kite was also struggling. Wu Yin didn't know what happened between Tabichi Origami and Shirori that made Shirori so important to Tabichi Origami. However, it's still a good thing that he managed to turn Tabichi Origami's mind upside down. It wasn't until a long time later, when the class bell rang, that Tokichi Origami took a deep breath and raised her head. Her face once again returned to normal. I will find the murderer. Leaving these words behind, Yuani Origami walked away without looking back. Wu Yin leaned against the wall and looked up at the ceiling. He sighed. Temporary peace is a good thing. Chapter 11:18. In the sky above Tiangong City, Fraxinus, the walls and floor were made of machine-like steel and wiring. A cold luster leaked out from all directions. Wu Yin walked along the narrow steel corridor that looks like a submarine passage. His footsteps echoed as he walked towards the end of the corridor. There was a small electronic panel on the side of the door. After a while, Wu Yin was less than a meter away from the door. He didn't stop. He continued walking forward. The electronic panel beeped, and the door opened automatically, revealing the situation inside. Just like the bridge of a spaceship, starting from the door and going from the outside to the inside, the floor extended into a semicircular shape, forming a large room. In the center, there was a high platform with a steel chair on the platform. On the left and right sides of the platform, there was a gentle staircase. Going down the stairs, there were 2 rows of seats on both sides equipped with high-tech precision instruments. A group of Ratatosker members were sitting there and operating the instruments. They didn't seem out of place at all. It seemed like the members of Ratatosker didn't know about this. Right now, the airship they were on, Fraxinus, wasn't in this place until last night. Even its existence had changed. Now, Fraxinus was no longer a pure airship equipped with all kinds of display devices and sophisticated instruments. Instead, it had turned into a relic. It's a noble relic that is as strong as a golden armament. Putting other aspects aside, just the body's defense alone had increased by quite a bit. Come to think of it, even if it was directly attacked by some powerful offensive display device, it should be able to withstand it. The members of Ratatosker don't know that no matter how familiar they are with the spaceship, they can't control Fraxinus. Wu Yin can nullify all of their operations with a single thought. Fraxinus has become Wu Yan's exclusive noble relic. Other than him, no one else can control it. Unless Wu Yin agrees. Wu Yin walked into Fraxinus's command room. Everyone in the room looked at Wu Yin, including Kotori, Kimui Qhei, Murasame Rain, and Wu Yan's 2 direct subordinates, Shina, Kanamiya, Yatsuki Chinyu. Captain. Seeing Wu Yin coming in, Janamiya Shina and Yatsuki Chinyu immediately called out to him. Wu Yin nodded and he walked in front of the 2. He looked at Shina before looking at Yatsuki Chinyu. Then he smiled at the 2 of them. Looks like your injuries are almost healed. In the battle with Kurumi, Shina, Yatsuki, and Atsuki suffered heavy injuries. Before Wu Yin left this world, the 2 of them were still recovering from their wounds. Thank you for your concern, Captain. Yatsuki Chinyu touched his back and smiled. She looked like a blooming lotus flower, very beautiful. It's a pity that under that beautiful face, there's a man's heart. Although it's troublesome to deal with the bullets that contain spiritual energy, I managed to finish it by today. My injuries are all healed. Well, it's within my expectations. Jinan nodded like a little adult. Her petite body was like a little adult. He exuded an incredible sense of maturity. Ratatasker's display technology is better than DM's except for combat. Although it's troublesome to deal with the bullets that contain spiritual energy, a few days should be enough as long as you guys are fine. Wu Yin patted them on the shoulder. Kotori nodded in agreement. Wu Yin looked like he cared about his subordinates. Kotori nodded, but she quickly focused on the machine in front of her. Wu Yin asked curiously, "What are you doing? You're so busy. Do you think everyone is as free as you?" Kotori said without turning her head as she chewed on the pearl in her mouth. She took a bite out of her mouth and glanced at Wu Yin. The information about Phantom hasn't been uploaded into the database yet. In order to prevent me from losing my memory again and losing important information, I'll be busy for the time being. Phantom? Wu Yin flinched at first, then he nodded in relief. Is it that Phantom? Yes, Kotori nodded. Her eyes were still on the machine in front of her. Although I don't know what kind of existence it is, but to possess such power, it's most likely an elf. That's why I gave it a name. If it's possible, I hope that I can analyze its spiritual energy fluctuation. Is that possible? Wu Yin couldn't help but ask. Phantom has never appeared in public before. 5 years ago, when Phantom gave me the spiritual crystal, a short part of it was captured by a nearby surveillance camera. Kotori narrowed her eyes. Although it's only a short period of time, it's the only evidence that can prove that the Phantom has appeared. I must analyze it thoroughly. If everything goes well, I might be able to capture a little bit of spiritual energy fluctuation. I see. Wu Yin pondered and smiled. Well, as expected of Kotori, she didn't make any mistakes. Looks like I can't fall behind as her brother. Wu Yin turned serious and looked at Shina, Yuki Chinyu, and Yuki Chinyu. How's the information I asked you guys to collect? Hearing this, Kotori couldn't help but stop her work. Shina and Chinyu also looked at each other and nodded. It's not ideal, but we got the general information. Yuki Chinyu took a step forward and flipped through a document. Temptress Magio, a student of Dragon Gut Temple Women's College. Her age is unknown. Although she's a student, she's actually a very popular singer who has only debuted half a year ago. She's currently active as an idol. Raising his head, Yatsuki Chinyu looked at Wu Yin and handed him the information while frowning at the same time. I don't know why, but the information about Seductive Knight Magio only started from half a year ago. As for the information about Seductive Knight Magio, no matter where I looked, I couldn't find any information about her. Yeah, Captain. Shina stared at Wu Yin with a confused look in his eyes. Even Ratatosker can't find any information about Seductress Magio before half a year ago. This Seductress Magio seems to be special. Of course it's not normal. Wu Yin sighed as he flipped through the information in his hand. Well, it's not surprising that you can't find any information about Temptress Magio from half a year ago. After all, she only changed the name Temptress Magio half a year ago. Before that, her name was Xiao Dai Yino. She changed her name? Shina was surprised, but relieved. No wonder we can't find any information about her before half a year ago. Captain, Yuki Chinyu said, do you want me to find out more about Yuki Kitsune? Wu Yin pondered for a bit before nodding his head. Find out more about Yuki Kitsune and give it to me by today. Yes, Captain. Captain. Yue Chinyu answered and immediately ran out of the command room to collect information. It was only then that Kotori spoke up. Seductress Magio is a human like me who's been given fairy powers? Shina was shocked. Wu Yin looked at Kotori and nodded. You should know her true form as well. Her identification name is Diva. Diva? Kotori paused for a moment and said in surprise, so Temptress Magio is the diva who appeared once half a year ago? That's right. Wu Yin shrugged. Everything about Seductress Magio started half a year ago. Do you understand now? She turned into a fairy half a year ago. Kotori's eyes flashed. So what do you plan to do? What should I do? Wu Yin scratched his cheeks as he looked at a piece of information in the file. Anyway, let's get to know her first. Chapter 1119. This is a square located in the corner of Tiangong City. The area of the square was not very big. It was only the size of sports field. Therefore, there were not many people in the square. It was only bustling with activity. Scattered groups of people walked through the square while laughing with each other. However, they did not linger for long. They were just passing by. This is not only because the square area is not large. More importantly, there are no entertainment facilities in the square. There are no commercial stores, just an empty space. There are only a few chairs for passers-by to rest. Generally speaking, this is not a place that attracts people. At least, it is usually like this. However, today there are a lot more people in the square than usual, and almost all of them are girls. If you look carefully, you'll find that these girls passing by the square are very purposefully walking in one direction. Their faces are full of smiles, very happily chatting about something. In their hands, there are some light sticks and fans engraved with a person's picture in their arms. They're tightly holding it in their arms like it is a treasure. While walking, they do not forget to look at it from time to time, as if they are worried that it will disappear at any time. Seeing this group of people with a little bit of brain will basically have a fixed impression flashing through their minds. That is, the fans who go to the concert of a certain star. Coincidentally, not far away from this empty square, there was a huge commotion. There is a place suitable for concerts or large-scale entertainment activities. Today, in that venue, there is indeed a concert, which is little known. Walking in the square, looking at the bustling girls who are walking in twos and threes, Wu Yin pursed his lips. His footsteps are a little hesitant. Tempting Night Beauty, a popular singer, debuted half a year ago. She has a beautiful voice that is like an auditory drug. Once with overwhelming singing skills, she has released many super popular songs. Once, she became a super singer on the internet, even surpassing many old singers, widely spread. It was just that this super singer who is widely known. She has never appeared on TV or in magazines. Also, she has never shown her true appearance in front of people. Even if it is about idol activities, she will only release some CD songs regularly, and even the concert is held secretly. Only some fans are invited to participate, and all of them are female fans. Therefore, even though this idol singer was already a superstar, only a handful of people had seen her face. She was so mysterious that people started to wonder if she really existed. Right now, in the entertainment area near the plaza, there was a secret concert held by Xianxia. Wu Yan also came to know about this matter from the information collected by Zhan Na and Yu Echenyu. As for the hesitation in his footsteps, that was inevitable. After all, Temptress Meijio is a Yuri lover. Of course, it wouldn't be a big problem if she was only a lover of lilies. The biggest problem was that this elf who loved beautiful women had a completely opposite attitude towards men. She hated men to the core, to the point where she would belittle the other party to the point that they were lower than cockroaches without even saying a word. Wu Yin could imagine that if he really went to see Xianxia like this, the result would definitely not be good. Is this really okay? Koteri's comforting voice came from the wireless earpiece. Xianxia hates men to the core. You will definitely make her hostile if you go there like this. Don't even think about the strategy. You should listen to my advice here. Cross-dressing? Wu Yin rudely interrupted Koteri. Don't even think about it. Seriously, why are you so stubborn? Koteri said angrily. It's just a countermeasure. It's not like I'm actually going to turn you into a woman. Why don't you compromise? If I really do that, I will lose the most important thing to me. Wu Yin didn't hide his disgust. You should let Yue do it. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it anyways. You. Koteri's sigh came from the other side of the earpiece, followed by a tired voice. Then what are you going to do? You won't be able to defeat Xianxia. Who said I have to do it? Huh? For a moment, Koteri thought she misheard him. I'm not Shirori. I don't need to raise favorability to seal spirits. Wu Yin pursed his lips. Koteri didn't understand what he was trying to say. But the sealing bracelet can only be worn by the target willingly. A strategy is necessary, right? You're right. Wu Yin rubbed his forehead and shook his head. There's always a way. Just don't make me cross-dressing. This, Coterie pouted. It's up to you. Do whatever you want. It's fine as long as you succeed. Well, I can't guarantee success. Sighing, Wu Yin walked out of the plaza and headed for the concert venue. Anyway, I'll take it one step at a time. Following behind the fans with light sticks in their hands, Wu Yin came across a building with a semicircular roof. One by one, the female fans lined up in an orderly manner and slowly walked into the building. Not far away, some passers-by curiously looked at this phenomenon and guessed whether there was an event being held. Some of the more curious ones had already stepped forward to inquire. Those who came up to ask questions, if they were women, they would be greeted with smiles and answers. However, the men were chased out without any explanation. Each and every one of them had a look of indignation on their faces as they walked away, while cursing. Wu Yin was speechless. She didn't even let the male fans ask about it. Xiao, Mei Jiu really hates men. In that case, I can't go in openly. Wu Yin watched the female fans enter the building and close the door. He pondered for a moment and smiled. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared from where he stood without anyone noticing him. Mei Jiu, Mei Jiu, Mei Jiu, Mei Jiu, Mei Jiu. When Wu Yin reappeared, the first thing that entered his ears was the loud cheers that could break through the ceiling. He was completely unprepared for this, and he quickly scanned his surroundings. The first thing he saw was the auditorium full of light sticks. The surroundings were dark, and the only light sources were the countless glow sticks in the audience seats and the spotlights from the stage that could be seen at a glance. Coming back to his senses from the deafening cheers, he found himself standing at the end of the staircase of the auditorium. Behind him is a door. It looks like it's the door that leads to the outside. At the very front of the stage, in the center, stood a young girl wearing gorgeous clothes with a great figure. She wore a dress with hollow sleeves and lace ribbons. Her lower body was a dress with wrinkles that looked like it was made of light. It was very eye-catching. Under the spotlights, the girl's violet hair sparkled with starlight. She wore a moon-shaped accessory on the side of her hair. It was as if the entire night sky was compressed into her beautiful hair. She also had a pair of silver eyes that were extremely attractive. Beautiful. Really beautiful. Even Wu Yin couldn't help but be amazed by the girl's extreme beauty. The girl on the stage was dancing gracefully. She used very few moves to create a pleasing dance. She also had a sweet smile on her face as she sang a song. It was a song with a seductive tone. Wu Yin couldn't help but praise the song. Soon, he noticed something. This extremely beautiful voice seemed to contain traces of a different kind of spiritual energy. The effect of the spiritual energy is similar to Shokuhun Misaki's mind control. It's both hypnotizing and seductive. In other words, the beautiful girl on the stage is using the power of the fairies to hypnotize and seduce her fans. Chapter 1120. The intoxicating, singing voice reverberated in the vast space, filling every corner. The most beautiful voice in the world continued to turn into ripples and undulated. Every fan present was holding a glow stick in their hands, cheering at the top of their lungs. Traces of infatuation remained in their eyes. Listening to the invasive singing that kept trying to drill into his mind, he frowned as he looked at the crazed looks of the fans in the audience. Although the spiritual energy contained in the song was small, it was enough to affect ordinary people. The fans present must have been affected by the song to some extent, which was why they were cheering so crazily, right? Although the singing was pretty good without the element of spiritual energy, a normal song wouldn't be able to make people go crazy like this. Looking at the beautiful girl who is still immersed in his performance, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a glint. Night Tempter Magio, level 73. Is she Night Tempter Magio? Wu Yan didn't know if Coterie shared the information he got from the system. Coterie's low voice came from the other side of the earpiece. He could faintly hear her grinding her teeth. Could it be that she's wearing spiritual equipment? Why is she showing it in front of so many people? What is she thinking? TSK, who knows? Wu Yin pursed his lips. Maybe they're using the stage effects as an excuse to hype up the atmosphere? Maybe she doesn't care about her elf identity being exposed. That Night Tempter Magio is too reckless. Coterie snorted. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Wu Yin scratched his face. He had a headache. Although he was here, he really didn't know how to get in touch with Xiao Magio. Night Tempter Magio is like a virus. She doesn't even want to look at him, let alone touch him. Wu Yin sighed as he watched the beautiful figure of Temptress Magio dancing and singing on the stage. Why does such a beautiful girl have such a troublesome personality? He is even harder to deal with than Kwang-san. Didn't you take care of Kurumi too? Koteri's voice turned vicious. So, you'd better be straightforward and take in that lesbian girl. What you said is very interesting. Wu Yin almost fell to the ground. You're the only one in the world who would ask her husband to take in other girls. Shut up. Koteri, who had been speaking in a menacing tone a second ago, snapped. At this second, Koteri's voice was filled with shame and anger. The other members of Ratatosk gasped in shock, and Kanazuki Kyui screamed like the sky was falling down. Koteri yelled out loud, "Hurry up and get rid of her. Can't you at least let me be mentally prepared?" Seducing Xiao Magio is too difficult. Wu Yin smiled bitterly. Suddenly, the beautiful song that had been reverberating in the air came to an abrupt stop. As the song stopped, the cheers of the fans in the audience also stopped. Instead, it was replaced by whispers full of doubts. Sensing something amiss, Wu Yin lifted his head and looked at the stage. His gaze met with a pair of rigid, bright silver eyes on the stage. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Seducing Xiao Magio, who was singing and dancing with a smile on her face, was looking at him. The smile on her face stiffened, and her dancing movements froze on the spot along with her body. Only a pair of beautiful big eyes rippled uncontrollably, until finally it turned into utter disgust. Under everyone's bewildered gazes, Seducing Xiao Magio stopped dancing and lowered her head. Her bangs that were at the same height as her eyebrows covered her expression. The fans in the audience screamed in shock. The audience was in chaos. Bad news. Koteri's raised voice sounded through the earpiece. Seducing Xiao Magio's favorability is dropping at an unimaginable rate. It's infinitely close to zero. No, it's already in the negatives. Wu Yan's expression darkened. In the end, it's still like this? Just then, a sweet voice sounded like a mosquito and miraculously entered the ears of everyone who was in the midst of the commotion. Then, everyone could see it. Seducing Xiao Magio raised her head and stared at Wu Yan as if he was a disgusting insect. She screamed, "Why is there such a filthy thing at my concert?" His voice, which was filled with disgust, was shockingly loud. Like a gust of wind, his voice turned into a sound wave, exploding towards the audience like a shock wave. All of a sudden, the fans in the audience were the first to be hit by the sound waves that turned into shock waves. It was as if they had been hit by an invisible air pressure. One by one, they screamed and were blown away, smashing into the chairs or walls. While they were howling in pain, each of them had suffered considerable injuries. Wu Yan's pupils constricted. Then, anger filled his wine-red eyes. Seducing Xiao Magio vented her anger on ordinary people because of her mood. These people are all her fans. Wu Yin couldn't help but be enraged when he saw the girls wailing in pain. His gaze turned cold when he looked at the Temptress Magio. "Don't look at me with your filthy eyes." Her voice was very sweet and she looked very beautiful. But the words coming out of Seducing Xiao Magio's mouth were very vicious. Her eyes were full of disgust. "Damn it. Whenever I think of my singing being heard by a filthy creature like you, I feel uncomfortable all over." Taking a deep breath, Seducing Xiao Magio's full breasts immediately protruded. When they reached the limit, Seducing Xiao Magio opened her mouth. A long, high-pitched voice echoed from Seducing Xiao Magio's mouth and turned into a wind wave. It was like the impact after an explosion mixed with a strong pressure. It was like a substance violently swinging in the direction of Wu Yan. Wherever it passed, the seats of the audience were all blown away. Even the people who had fallen on the ground were shaken up again and smashed down heavily. Witnessing all this, Wu Yan's eyes became more and more cold. Looking at the sound wave, he didn't dodge or do anything. He just stood there and looked coldly at seducing Xiao Meijio. That cold gaze made seducing Xiao Meijio's face change. She couldn't help but feel a little timid. Finally, the sound waves hit Wu Yan's body. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, but his body didn't move at all. Like a statue, standing tall in the middle of a storm, he didn't move at all. What? Seducing Xiao Meijio's eyes widened a little, and she couldn't help but step back. He didn't move under her voice that contained offensive spiritual power. This had never happened before. Even those magicians of AST couldn't do it. How did this man do it? Could it be that he is the magician of AST? But he didn't wear those equipment on his body. Or is he also an elf? While thinking this in her heart, seducing Xiao Meijio wanted to raise her head and look at the man again. But when she raised her head, the position where the man originally stood was already empty. Night Temptress Meijio was startled. Before she could react, a rough voice that only men would have, that made her extremely disgusted, resounded from behind her. "Where are you looking at?" Seducing Xiao Meijio's body stiffened. She quickly turned around and looked behind her. On the other side of the stage, Wu Yan stood there straight, facing seducing Xiao Meijio. There was a faint smile on his face, but there was no smile at all. Obviously, Wu Yan was a little angry at seducing Xiao Meijio's actions. Seducing Xiao Meijio furrowed her brows. She didn't hesitate to distance herself from Wu Yan. It's not because she's afraid, it's because she hates men. She subconsciously distanced herself from Wu Yan. The two's actions were captured by Coterie and the others in Fraxinus through the big screen. Coterie's expression turned heavy. Even Oni Ai-chan is angry. This is going to be troublesome. Chapter 1121. In the command room of Fraxinus, the members of Ratatoskr raised their heads and looked at the two of them on the big screen. Seductive Beauty's favorability bar is still dropping. They started to panic a little. "Commander," a member of Ratatoskr said in a panic. "The diva's spiritual energy fluctuations are starting to become unstable. If this goes on, it's very likely to cause a space quake." "Captain." Zhen's fist clenched and unclenched, then clenched and unclenched again. His usually serious face was now filled with nervousness. In fact, it wasn't just him. Beside him, everyone, including Coterie, was nervous. This doesn't look good. Coterie bit hard on the pearl in her mouth, trying to use the sweetness to ease the tension in her heart. If this continues, seductive Meijio's favorability will drop. We won't be able to continue the battle. Captain isn't going to fight seductive Meijio, right? Yatsuki Chinyu's expression is uncertain. He shouldn't be that reckless, right? Captain, that might not be the case. Coterie frowned. Because she saw something she hated, she vented her emotions on ordinary people. In fact, those people are even her fans. Seducing Xiao Meijio is indeed too much. With brother's personality, I'm afraid he's really angry now. What should we do? Shinna looked at Coterie. If the captain really fights with the diva, then the AST side will definitely rush over as well. Indeed, it won't be a good thing if we run into her again. Coterie recalled Tabichi Origami's cold face. She clenched her teeth. We can only trust Oni Ai-san's judgment. Coterie turned to Shinna and Yatsuki Chinyu, she announced. Shinna, Yatsuki, you two go over there first. If AST's people show up, we must stop them. Shinna and Yatsuki Chinyu nodded and ran out of the command room. Coterie turned to everyone. Everyone, get ready for battle. Spacequake alarm is on standby. Once we detect a spacequake alarm, sound the alarm. Yes, Shun Wuyue. Coterie lowered her head and said to Kyuei Kanazuki, Oni Ai-chan and the Temptress Meijio are going to fight. Go and make arrangements to save all the fans in the venue. Understood. Kanazuki Kai saluted energetically and ran out of the command room, shouting and yelling. Then he arranged all the things that needed to be done. Coterie's furrowed brows finally relaxed. She looked at Wu Yin, who was smiling on the big screen, but there was no smile in his eyes. He's really a troublesome brother. On the stage of the concert, looking at Meijio, who was looking at him with disgust, Wu Yan looked around. His gaze swept across the fans who were lying on the ground and wailing in pain, and his emotionless voice suddenly sounded. "Do you know what you've done?" "Huh?" Temptress Meijio was stunned for a moment. Then, she frowned and her sweet voice echoed in the air. "I don't know what you're talking about, but can you please not talk to me like nothing happened? It's super disgusting. They're all your fans, aren't they?" Wu Yin ignored Mikoto's words, and he continued talking as if he was minding his own business. His face was calm. "You're a popular artist. Is this how you treat your fans?" Mei Jio's brows twitched. She followed Wu Yan's gaze and looked at the audience. She looked at the girls who were groaning in pain on the ground. She seemed to realize what happened and laughed out loud. Then, a sentence that caused Wu Yan's expression to freeze up came out of Mikoto's mouth. Along with her innocent laughter, her words spread across the stage. "Are you kidding me? Since they're my fans, of course, they have to accept all of me. I can do whatever I want." Just as she finished speaking, the smile on Temptress Meijio's face froze. She keenly felt that the atmosphere at the scene seemed to be a little different. It made her feel like she was in a deep quagmire and couldn't breathe. Because they're your fans, you can do whatever you want. They have to accept it. Wu Yan looked at Meijio calmly. "Even if it's you who inflicts pain, they have to accept it gratefully. Is that what you mean?" Seeing the smile on Wu Yan's face, Meijio would feel that smile was extremely disgusting. But at this moment, that smile made Meijio feel cold in her heart. However, Temptress Meijio still nodded and spoke matter-of-factly. "They like me so much. Aren't they willing to get hurt for me?" "Willing?" Wu Yan stared at Meijio. "You said willing?" "That's right. That's right." Temptress Meijio leisurely called out. "Everyone will listen to me obediently." After saying that, Night Temptress Beauty Jio suddenly opened her hands. Under her feet, a ripple-like wave suddenly fluctuated and spread across the entire stage. The army destroyer songstress. As if responding to seductive Beauty Jio's call, a huge castle-like metal block slowly emerged from the flashing ripples under her feet and set up on the stage. It's a huge pipe organ connected to a slender silver cylinder. It's as big as the stage. "That's..." Kotori's pupils shrunk when she saw this. She shouted in shock. "Is that an angel?" Wu Yin frowned when he heard Kotori's voice. He thought of something and he extended his consciousness to Fraxinus. He shut down all the systems in the command room, and he ignored the commotion in his earpiece. He looked at Temptress Meijio. In the auditorium, those who slowly got up from the ground seemed to have noticed this. They looked at each other. Temptress Meijio smiled maliciously and waved her hand, as if she was drawing something, following the trajectory of night tempting Meijio's hand. A long flashing organ keyboard appeared in front of her. Then, he lured Xiao Meijio's hand onto the keyboard of light. "Let's sing." Army Destroyer singer Gabjappel. The next moment, a strange sound came from the huge organ standing on the stage. From the connected silver cylinders, clear syllables overlapped, turning into sound waves within the ripples that spread out in all directions. The air in the entire venue was violently vibrated by the sound waves. The sound waves entered the ears of everyone present and directly invaded their minds. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that the sound waves that swept through the entire venue like a storm gradually calmed down and finally disappeared. At the same time, all the sounds at the scene disappeared. Regardless of whether it was the strange zither music or the audience's anguished howls, they all disappeared. Not even the sound of talking or footsteps could be heard. No, that's not the only thing that changed. In the audience stands, the audience members who were still struggling to get up were like mechanical dolls. They stood up straight and did not make any extra movements. Their heads were lowered and their faces were expressionless. The light in their eyes had completely disappeared. Wu Yin looked at the audience who stood up in unison like mannequins. Wu Yin seemed to have expected this. He glanced at them, and he looked at Temptress Miku with a calm expression. Noticing Wu Yan's gaze, Miku's expression darkened. She pressed her slender fingers on the keyboard and played a syllable. "Catch him!" The audience straightened their backs in unison, held the glow sticks in their hands, and rushed directly to the stage. The messy and neat footsteps entered Wu Yan's ears. He finally looked at them. Looking at Mei Jiao's happy expression, Wu Yan closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Stop!" Chapter 1122. Army Destroyer Singer, Gab Jappel. The angel that seduced Mei Jiao. It was a huge organ with a keyboard of light. It could play different kinds of music, and, depending on the music, the effect would be different. Because Night Temptress Mei Jiao's ability was to control sound. Once Night Temptress Mei Jiao made a request, with her voice infused with spiritual energy, normal humans without spiritual energy would be unable to resist and obey. And the existence of the angel, the Army Destroyer Singer, raised seduction Mei Jiao's ability to the limit. In just an instant, thousands of people in the venue fell into seduction Mei Jiao's control. Just as seduction Mei Jiao had said, everyone would listen to her obediently, because Mei Jiao had the ability to control them. Even if she really wanted them to die, these fans who had turned into puppets would not hesitate. This is what Yakumo Mei Jiao wanted to convey to Wu Yan. In fact, if Wu Yan did not cut off Fraxinus's voice in time, then everyone in Ratatoskr would have fallen into Mei Jiao's control and would not be able to turn around. Such behavior was simply too vile. Even if Wu Yan knew about Mei Jiao's situation in advance, and also knew why Mei Jiao became like this, he could not help but get angry. Killing Mei Jiao was definitely not something Wu Yan could do. But as for the actions of seducing Xiao Mei Jiao, he also looked down on her. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust towards this carefree, incomparably arrogant seductress who treats others like toys. Even if there's a reason for this, he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Freeze! Looking at the sea of people rushing towards him, Wu Yan coldly shouted. Suddenly, the syllables mixed with traces of magical fluctuations spread through the entire venue. In the next second, all the people who were rushing over like zombies, as if they had heard the supreme command, all froze on the spot and could no longer move. How could this be? Temptress Mei Jiao's bright, silver eyes fluctuated violently. Her face was full of disbelief. Then she glared at Wu Yan hatefully. "What did you do?" "What did I do?" Wu Yan sneered. "All I did was control their behavior. Compared to you who controlled their minds, what I did was much worse. You originally, before coming here, and even after coming here, I've been thinking about it. What method should I use to contact you without arousing your hostility?" When Mei Jiao was about to say something, Wu Yan suddenly changed the topic and interrupted her. Mei Jiao froze for a moment, as if she heard something funny. Her face tensed up in disbelief. "Contact me? Stop joking. Let dirty men like you come in contact with me. I might as well just die." As expected, hearing the words that tempted Night Mei Jiao, Wu Yan nodded without changing his expression. "That's why I've been very distressed, but now, thank you. What you did, I don't need to be distressed anymore." Hearing this, alluring Night Mei Jiao took a step back. In her heart, a bad premonition arose. She couldn't help but ask out loud, "You? What do you mean?" The meaning is very simple. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. "For the current you, I don't want to have peaceful contact with you anymore. Do you want to accept my lesson obediently, or do you want to struggle desperately and then choose the way to negotiate? Choose for yourself." Mei Jiao's face was angry. She was so angry that she laughed. "You're just a human. Do you think you've won?" "Sorry, I'm not a human." Wu Yan sneered. "The real human should be you, right?" When she heard Wu Yan's first sentence, Mei Jiao was already stunned. When the latter sentence also fell into her ears, her expression completely changed. In the end, it turned into thick shock. "You know about me. Of course I know about you. Everything." Wu Yan waved his hand and interrupted Mei Jiao's words again. "But I've also said that I have nothing more to say to you now. Who will say anything to you disgusting men?" Mei Jiao's face was gloomy, and she shouted with some resentment. "Since you know so much, then take these secrets and die for me." Army Destroyer Singer Rondo, as if she wanted to vent her resentment towards Wu Yan, Mei Jiao stomped her foot fiercely. A circle of flashing ripples centered on Meijio's foot, and it kept fluctuating and swaying on the entire stage. In the next moment, a large number of silver cylinders emerged from the flashing ripples on the stage, as if they were protecting their master, and also as if they were surrounding their enemy. In an instant, the entire stage was filled with silver cylinders. It wasn't until they extended to a certain extent that those silver cylinders stopped. Then, like a microphone, the front end fell in the direction of Wu Yan. Only one of them was like a microphone aimed at Meijio's mouth. Meijio raised her body, took a deep breath, and faced the silver cylinder in front of her, and made a high voice that was enough to echo deep in the ear. Ha! The silver cylinder of Army Destroyer Singer continuously reflected Meijio's voice, and then it reverberated out from the silver cylinders aimed at Wu Yan. Like an invisible rope, it wrapped around Wu Yan's body. The sound waves that were invisible to the naked eye reverberated and shook the surroundings. Wu Yan only felt that his body seemed to be pressed down by something heavy from all directions, squeezing in the middle. Even his body became a little heavy, causing him to raise his eyebrows, and also causing Meijio to laugh happily. How is it? Isn't it amazing? My voice. Well, it is indeed amazing. Lowering his head and looking at his slightly bent fingers, Wu Yan also laughed. It's just that you made a mistake. Mistake? Meijio stared at Wu Yan with some displeasure and said in a sharp voice, "It's already a great blessing for a man like you to listen to my voice. If you still have to comment on my voice, it'll be the most serious pollution in the world. If you can, please shut your mouth and don't tame my voice. Don't worry, it won't tarnish your voice." Wu Yan chuckled. "This is not your voice at all. How can it be tarnished?" This sentence was like a sharp arrow that mercilessly pierced into Meijio's heart, causing her to feel a sharp pain. Her face couldn't help but turn pale, and even the smile on her face became a little forced. "I don't understand what you're talking about. It's not that you don't understand, you just don't want to face it." Wu Yan glanced at Meijio and declared bluntly, "Don't you know that the reason why you have the voice you have now is because of the power of the elves?" So what?" Meijio bit her lips, and her extremely beautiful face was slightly distorted. "The power of the elves is also my power, but the voice is not your voice." Wu Yan's words directly hit Meijio's heart. "In the end, your current voice is just a fake." "Shut up." Meijio's heart was completely messed up. She panicked. At the same time, she was angry. "What do you know?" I said, "I know everything." Wu Yan sighed and laughed self-deprecatingly when he saw Meijio's pale face contorting as she roared at him. "Really, I already said that I have nothing to say to you, but in the end, I still said so much. Really, even I feel funny." Along with this sentence, a ferocious magical heat flow suddenly erupted, blowing away the sound waves that were pressuring from all directions and rushing toward Temptress Meijio without any explanation. Knight Temptress Meijio was shocked. She subconsciously raised her hand and blocked in front of her in an attempt to block the magic power impact that blew over. But when she thought that her body was about to be hit by a huge impact, the magic power heat flow that was rushing toward her suddenly disappeared without any warning. Before Knight Tempter Meijio could react, several purple magic circles rippled around the stage. Immediately after, a chain that was suffused with a faint purple light shot out and wrapped around Temptress Meijio's body. She was heavily tied up and hung off the ground. Chapter 1123. With a series of clanking sounds, the stage that was filled with silver cylinders not long ago was immediately filled with chains that glowed with purple light. Temptress Meijio didn't even realize what happened. Her plump body was firmly bound, and she lost her sense of substance under her feet. By the time she reacted, she was already suspended in the air. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. "What is this thing?" Temptress Meijio couldn't help but struggle. Traces of spiritual power emerged from her body and supported her body, causing her extremely plump body to instantly possess strength that surpassed that of a human. Unfortunately, such strength in front of the lock of discipline forged by the gods, only caused a crisp sound of collision, let alone breaking it. It was impossible for her to break free. It's better to save some strength. Seeing Temptress Magio constantly struggling, Wu Yin walked over the many silver cylinders on the ground and slowly walked in front of Temptress Magio. He looked directly at her pair of bright silver eyes. With your strength, it's impossible to break free from the lock of discipline. Temptress Magio's struggling figure stopped. Looking at Wu Yin standing in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Who are you? Hearing Temptress Magio's question, Wu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Don't you think it's too late to ask this question? Asking the identity of the person who came, no matter how you think about it, should be something you should do from the beginning. However, Temptress Magio is different. From the beginning, when she saw Wu Yin, she didn't ask anything and directly attacked him without saying a word. It's not until now that she was restrained that she asked. It can be imagined that if it was another man, after being attacked by Temptress Magio, in less than 10 seconds, Temptress Magio would forget about it. For Temptress Magio, Wu Yin's only identity before this was a man. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, Temptress Magio didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Looking at Wu Yin, who was less than a meter away from her, she reflexively struggled again. Just to get away from Wu Yin, his face was filled with panic and his eyes were filled with fear. He was deeply afraid that Wu Yin would do something to him. If she let the man she hated the most do something to her, then Xiao Magio would really have the heart to short-circuit herself. Not to mention letting a man touch her now. Smelling the unique masculine scent from Wu Yin, the seductive Magio already wanted to vomit. Wu Yin frowned and sighed when he saw the deep hatred in Night Tempter Magio's eyes. He also knew that Night Beauty Jiu didn't hate him, but she hated all men. However, it was Wu Yin's first time being hated by someone. Moreover, the target was a fairy that he had to establish a good relationship with in order to seal. No matter how he thought about it, this was an extremely troublesome matter. It seems like there's no need to talk to you for the time being. Wu Yin waved his hand and tapped the wireless earpiece in his ear. There's no other way. I can only let Coterie and the others talk to you. Come with me first. Come with you. Temptress Magio was startled at first. Then she violently struggled. I want to go with you. I'm already sick of breathing the same air as you. I will never go with you. Then I'm sorry. Wu Yin glanced at Temptress Magio indifferently. My impression of you isn't much better. Although I'm not as extreme as you to the point where I can't breathe the same air as you, I won't be gentle with you either. Wu Yin raised his hand and a dense mana surged and condensed in his palm. A black magic formation expanded from Wu Yin's palm without any warning. In a moment, it was as wide as Wu Yin's shoulder. The mana swirling around, it was like bees that saw honey. It turned into streams of air and merged into the black magic formation, causing it to tremble. Buzz, 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 buzz. A buzzing sound reverberated from the magic formation under the influence of mana. For pitch-black rings seemed to have been launched. Against the sound of breaking through the air, they soared into the sky with a trembling sound. They circled above the stage for a while, and then shot towards Temptress Magio's body. Amidst Temptress Magio's cries of alarm, for pitch-black rings seemed to have lost their shackles and shackles. They wrapped around Magio's limbs tightly and emitted a faint black light. Almost at the same time when the four rings were wrapped around her, the army breaker singer on the stage and the silver cylinders that covered the entire stage exploded and disappeared. Night Beauty Jiu also felt that the spiritual power in her body could no longer be mobilized. Aware of this, Night Beauty Jiu's pupil shrank, and she screamed at Wu Yin. "What did you do to me?" Night Beauty Jiu's shouts suddenly disappeared. Wu Yin, who was ready to accept the baptism of Night Beauty Jiu's voice, was startled and looked at Night Beauty Jiu. With this look, Night Beauty Jiu's sluggish expression fell into his eyes. "You, ugh." In a daze, Temptress Magio opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, just as she said a complete word, the rest of her words turned into a muffled whimper. Night Beauty Jio's sluggish expression changed. It became full of panic and despair. Her voice had disappeared. Realizing this, Night Beauty Jio seemed to have encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. Her whole body trembled, and she kept opening her mouth, trying to make a sound. In the end, what she made was always an incomplete whimper. That was also natural. Seducing Xiao Mei Jio's voice was obtained by relying on the power of the elf, and the pitch-black rings wrapped around her limbs had already imprisoned her spiritual power. Naturally, the voice she obtained from the elf's power could no longer be emitted. Thinking of this, Wu Yin waved his hand and removed the lock of discipline. Night Beauty Jio, who was free, had a sluggish face and directly lay on the ground. Then, she crawled toward Wu Yin with a panicked face. She did not care that the person in front of her was the man she hated the most and grabbed his clothes tightly. Give back to... Night Beauty Jio was like a drowning person, using Wu Yan's clothes as a life-saving straw. Even if her hands were trembling, she still did not intend to let go. Her face was full of despair, fear, and terror. She begged at the top of her voice. Give my voice back. Give back. Looking at Night Beauty Jio, who was kneeling in front of him and clutching his clothes tightly, her eyes were full of despair and begging. Wu Yan was silent. Night Beauty Jio was a person who had nothing other than singing. This was not belittling Night Beauty Jio, but a fact. Whether it was in school or sports, Night Beauty Jio's grades were at the bottom. She did not know how to cook or wash clothes. She did not even know how to take care of herself. Night Beauty Jio was such an existence. The only thing that could be recognized by others and stand out was her singing. Therefore, for Night Beauty Jio, singing was everything to her. It was also because of this only talent that Night Beauty Jio successfully debuted as a singer at the age of 95 with the stage name Xiao Dai Yuno. Men accounted for 90% of her fans. Originally, her path in the entertainment industry was quite smooth. It was not until she rejected the unspoken deal of a TV producer that everything changed. Scandal. A fabricated scandal. This sudden scandal caused temptress Mei Jio's reputation to plummet. The change in the attitude of the fans made her very painful, causing her to be mentally and physically exhausted. In the end, she even got psychogenic aphasia and lost her voice. From the beginning, Night Beauty Jio had nothing else to do besides singing. From the beginning, Night Beauty Jio had nothing else to do except for her voice. After losing the ability to sing and her voice, Night Beauty Jio no longer had any value. Therefore, for Night Beauty Jio, her voice was even more important than her life. Once such an important thing was lost, one could imagine how desperate it would be. It was also because of this experience that Night Beauty Jio, who turned into an elf, no longer trusted humans. Especially men, she hated them to the extreme. That was why she treated men as slaves. That was why she treated women as playthings. That was why she used the power of the elves to manipulate others and do whatever she wanted. In the end, Night Beauty Jio was just a victim, a pitiful person. Chapter 1124. If she lost her voice, she would lose her value. This point of view had long been deeply ingrained in her heart. In addition, she had already gone through such a painful experience and lost her voice again. The despair and fear in her heart were even greater than before. When she thought that she might be betrayed by humans again, her pretty face turned pale and lost all color. Please give me back my voice. She wanted to say this sentence more than once, but she could not say it completely. She could only maintain her pale face and frightened eyes. She grabbed Wu Yan's clothes like a beggar, causing the entire stage to reverberate with intermittent, hoarse cries full of pleading and fear. Give me. Lowering his head, looking at the begging temptress in front of him, Wu Yan's anger toward her arrogance was involuntarily extinguished. All his emotions turned into a bitter smile. A pitiful person must have something hateful. Temptress Meijio really fully demonstrated the authenticity of this point of view. Squatting down, Wu Yin made eye contact with Temptress Meijio's frightened and pleading eyes. He did not have the mood to teach her a lesson. Even his tone could not help but soften. I don't have any malicious intentions towards you. I just came to find you because of some things. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Temptress Meijio did not feel relieved. Her face was still full of panic and pleading. For Temptress Meijio, Wu Yan's intention was not important. What was important was her voice. She only knew that the man in front of her had taken away her most important voice. The helpless Temptress Meijio could only do her best to plead. She begged Wu Yan to return her voice, because other than her voice, she had nothing else. Give me back. Hearing the pleading of Temptress Meijio, Wu Yan sighed and faced her. If you're willing to come with me, then I will remove the shackles on your body. I will return your voice to you. How about it? Hearing this, Temptress Meijio did not hesitate and did not resist like before. She nodded desperately, making Wu Yin feel pity for her. He couldn't help but reach out his hand. Wu Yin patted Knight Tempter Meijio's head. As Knight Tempter Meijio trembled and suppressed her fear, Wu Yin spoke gently. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, and I won't take away your voice. You're not completely useless. Hearing this, Temptress Meijio was stunned for a moment. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as a storm raged in her heart. Apart from his voice, he was useless. If he lost his voice, he would no longer have any value. There was no more singing. No one will love me without any sound. No one would protect her without music. No one would believe in themselves. Shouldn't that be the case? However, what was this man talking about? What could he say to himself who had already lost his voice? Not completely useless. Is that so? She stared blankly at Wu Yin, who was touching her head. His face was no longer cold as before. Instead, he had a gentle smile on his face. Temptress Meijio was at a loss. Why did she have a voice? Why did he seem to dislike her when she could make everyone like her? But why? She who had lost her voice, who had lost her value. But why was he so gentle to her like this? Who exactly was this man? For the first time in her life, Temptress Meijio had the impulse to understand a man, Wu Yin, who did not know what was going on in Temptress Meijio's mind, looked at Temptress Meijio's dull look and thought that he had caused her to hate men again. He could only smile helplessly and retract his hand. But when he retracted his hand halfway, it was immediately grabbed tightly by a pair of soft and boneless hands. Wu Yin was stunned. Not to mention Wu Yin, even Temptress Meijio herself was stunned. In her heart, an extremely surprised emotion rose. She actually took the initiative to grab a man's hand? Although she thought so, Temptress Meijio did not let go of Wu Yan's hand. Instead, she held it tighter and tighter. In her beautiful big eyes, there was a timid expression constantly fluctuating. She behaved like a helpless child, which was both lovable and helpless. However, Temptress Meijio, who lost her voice and everything, was indeed helpless at this moment. Therefore, she subconsciously wanted to rely on Wu Yin, who said, "You are not completely useless," to her when she lost her value. Even if the other party was the man she hated the most, Wu Yin scratched his cheek. He did not know what Temptress Meijio was doing. He simply held her hand and stood up from the ground. "Captain!" At this moment, at the door, two voices accompanied by messy footsteps came from afar towards Wu Yin. When Wu Yin turned his head, Zhen Na and Yayue Chenyu entered his sight. Zhen Na and Yayue Chenyu jumped on the stage together and ran in front of Wu Yin. When they saw Temptress Meijio standing beside Wu Yin, they suddenly stopped and became vigilant. "Captain!" Zhen Na looked straight at Temptress Meijio and asked Wu Yin without turning her head, "Are you okay?" Wu Yin smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine, but you two came at the right time." Looking around at Temptress Meijio's fans who were frozen by his words, Wu Yin pursed his lips. "The audience here has seen how Knight Meijio was tempted to use the power of the elves. Use the display device that can erase memories to erase them." Zhen Na and Yayue Chenyu noticed the audience who were frozen on the spot. They were surprised. "What happened to them?" Well, they're temporarily frozen by me. They were controlled by Temptress Meijio before, but Glancing at Temptress Magio, who didn't know what to do, Wu Yin said to them, Temptress Magio's spirit power was sealed by me. They are awake now. What about her? Xianxia frowned and looked at Temptress Magio again. Temptress Magio couldn't help but shrink her body. Now, Temptress Magio not only lost her voice, she also lost her fighting ability. Facing Xianxia and Yayue Chenyu, who were on guard against her, she didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. She can hate someone because of small matter. She can also fall in love with someone because of small matter. Without her power, she won't be at a disadvantage. Temptress Magio's values are very similar to a child's. It's extreme, but also very cute. It should be fine here, Wu Yin said helplessly. I will bring Temptress Magio back to Fraxinus. We'll talk about the rest later. Got it. Xianxia and Yayue Chenyu looked at each other and nodded. They started erasing the audience's memories. Wu Yin held Temptress Magio's hand and walked towards the exit of the venue. At the same time, he restored Fraxinus's sound capturing system. Once he restored the system, a sharp scream pierced into Wu Yan's eardrums. Wu Yin almost got dizzy. Hey, can you hear me? Oni-chan. I can hear you. Wu Yin rubbed his ears with a bitter smile and complained. Don't shout so loud. My ears are about to burst. That kind of thing is fine. Kotori yelled rudely. What did you say to Seductress Magio just now? Her favorability towards you skyrocketed. Huh? Wu Yin stopped in his tracks. Huh? Are you serious? Of course. Of course it's true. Kotori's voice was filled with confusion. It's only a little better than a normal person. It's far from favorability, but it's much better than before. How did you do it? Didn't Temptress Magio hate men? Wu Yin tilted his head, and he looked at the timid Temptress Magio. He didn't know what to do with her. He even had a dangerous thought in his mind. Could it be that the seductive Magio no longer saw him as a man? Chapter 1125. In the sky above Tiangong City, Fraxinus. What do you want to explain? Spit out now. Inside the command room, Kotori is sitting on the command desk with a stern expression. She's looking ahead with an unfriendly gaze. It's obvious that she's not in a good mood. Ahaha. Wu Yin looked at Kotori's unfriendly expression and smiled awkwardly. He looked around at the members of Ratatosker who were staring at him with an unnatural expression. This made Kotori even angrier. Ratatosker's mission is to talk to the elves and solve the problem of the space quake peacefully. That's what Ratatosker was founded for. Kotori pointed her lollipop at Wu Yin, and she scolded him without holding back. What are you doing? You're fighting with the fairies. What's the difference between you and AST? Wu Yin choked when he heard that, and he started mumbling again. When I met Kwang-san, didn't I also fight with him? At that time, you were playing happily too. You said, huh? What did you just say? Kotori narrowed her eyes. A sinister smile appeared on her face. She looked dangerous. I didn't hear you clearly. Can you speak louder? I said, this was something that couldn't be helped, right? Wu Yin grumbled. Did you expect me to just stand there and let them beat me up like that? What? Does it matter? Kotori didn't realize how unreasonable her words were. She pretended to be absent-minded and said matter-of-factly, it's not like you can kill me. Hearing you say that really pisses me off. Wu Yin pursed his lips and his eyelids twitched. Do I have to take the beating just because I can't kill you? Fortunately, you were fast enough at that time and took down Night Temptress Magio. Otherwise, with Night Temptress Magio's mental state at that time, it was very likely that her spiritual power would become unstable. Kotori glanced at Wu Yin. At that time, thousands of people in the audience might die because of you. That should make you happy, right? Don't make it sound so serious. There's always a way, right? Wu Yan's smile is a bit forced. Isn't the end result good? Good. Kotori looked at Wu Yin with a half-smile. Thousands of people were manipulated, the concert venue was damaged to a certain extent, and we even had to wipe the memories of the people who died. Space quake hasn't happened yet. Tell me what's good about it. Why do I feel like you're picking on me? Wu Yin smiled bitterly. Didn't I successfully lure Xiao Meijio back? Kotori's expression changed. Kotori's expression eased up a bit. She tilted her head and looked at the girl who was grabbing Wu Yan's clothes. Standing behind Wu Yan, seductress Miko, who appeared to be a bit timid, raised an eyebrow. Is she really the seductress Mei Jio who attacked you and the audience at the concert without saying a word? Kotori turned to Wu Yan. Why do I feel like you're not as strong as you look on the screen? Instead, you look like you're being bullied. Did you do something you shouldn't have done to her? Am I that thirsty? Wu Yan resisted the urge to drag Kotori down from the podium and give her a good beating. He glanced at the nervous Miku, and he sighed. This girl is also a person with a story. She is very reliant on the power of the current fairy. It's normal for her to behave like this when I suddenly imprisoned her spiritual power. Story? Kotori gave Yakumo Miku a deep look. Yakumo Miku had a pained look in her eyes when she heard Wu Yan's words. Kotori pursed her lips when she saw Wu Yan's expression. I want to ask about the story for now. The most important thing is to deal with Miko. Kotori looked at Wu Yan. How do you plan to seal her spiritual energy? Sealing her spiritual power. Wu Yan turned around to look at Mei Jio. Mei Jio shook her head frantically, and her eyes were filled with pleading. Wu Yan bitterly chuckled at this. According to the current situation, it's impossible for Xiao Mei Jio to willingly seal her spiritual power. It's impossible to seal her spiritual power for the time being. That's true. Kotori had a headache. What do we do? Do we just leave it like this? Is there no other way? Well, I do have a lot of ways to seal spiritual energy. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly when he saw Mei Jio's pale face. But if I seal her spiritual energy without her consent, I'll be no different from AST, as he said. Wu Yan looked up and met Kotori's eyes. Moreover, tempting Knight Mei Jio's reliance on the power of the sprites is too heavy. If I really forcefully seal her spiritual power, it is very likely that she will have thoughts of suicide in her heart. I can't do that, suicidal thoughts. Kotori's face turned serious. Is it that serious? Wu Yan shrugged. He handed the information about Miko and Yukino that Shina, Yatsuki, and Yukino collected for him to Murasame Rain. Murasame Rain understood and handed it to Kotori. As Kotori flipped through the documents in her hand, her expression became more and more serious. The atmosphere in the command room became heavier and heavier. When Kotori put down the documents in her hand and revealed a helpless expression, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Mikoto seemed to have guessed what the document in Kotori's hand contained. She clenched her teeth and started whistling faster. To the temptress Mei Jio, her past was an extremely painful experience. Because she rejected the hidden rules of the deal, the ugly producer fabricated a scandal. Because of a scandal, she was betrayed by her fans who loved her so much, she lost her voice because of her disappointment in humans and despair. All of this, to a young girl, was too cruel. What's more, she was just a young girl who was good for nothing other than singing. To Mei Jio, the power of the elves was not so much a power as it was a means to support her survival. Under such circumstances, how could Knight Temptress Mei Jio give up her fairy power? The problem is, if a fairy's mood is unstable, her spiritual power will be unstable as well. She might cause a space quake and bring disaster to this world. No one would be willing to let such a huge, ticking time bomb run around. Didn't Kotori and the others choose to seal their spiritual energy? Sealing the spiritual energy of an elf who absolutely could not lose her elf power. Ratatosker was faced with such a contradictory problem. I didn't think things would get this troublesome. Kotori frowned and unconsciously bit the lollipop in her mouth. I only sealed her spiritual power, I didn't seal it. Miko still has her own spiritual power, she just can't use it. Wu Yan pointed at Miko's clothes. That's why Miko's spiritual power is still intact. I can't make up my mind. Can't we cure Miko's illness? Kotori asked Wu Yan. If we cure her psychogenic voice loss, the problem will be solved, right? Yes. You said it's psychogenic. Wu Yan shook his head. No one can cure her other than herself. Suddenly, Everyone in the command room fell into a state of silence, including Temptress Meijio, who lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen. Looking at the distressed looks on everyone's face, Wu Yin patted his cheeks and pulled himself together. Let's put the matter of sealing Miko's spiritual power aside for now. Temptress Miko's eyes lit up. Wu Yin looked at Kotori. Kotori, can you give me some time? Yes. Kotori hesitated and nodded helplessly. Please, Oni-chan. Chapter 11:26. The blue sky gradually faded and was replaced by a blood-red sunset and dusk. Colorful clouds were floating in the sky, and the sunlight from the setting sun shone down on the streets, reflecting the faces of the pedestrians. Although it was already dusk and night was about to fall, the streets were still full of pedestrians. They were either housewives who had just bought the ingredients for dinner or students who were walking towards the residential area with a bag in their hands. It was quite lively. However, the night has been faintly visible and the sky is gradually dimming. It is believed that soon, the people on the streets should be replaced by a group of night owls wandering in the night of Heavenly Palace City. It didn't take long for the pedestrians on the streets to become sparse similarly. It didn't take long for the eyes of the few pedestrians on the streets to be taken away by a man and a woman who were holding hands, to be more precise. It should be said that it was taken away by the woman who was holding hands. Her eyes were full of amazement. Wearing a gorgeous dress of light, the yellow and white color of the dress emitted a faint light under the light of the setting sun. It was very dazzling. The long violet hair fluttered up and down with the owner walking up and down, giving the illusion that every strand of hair could be seen clearly. It was quite eye-catching. Of course, what was more eye-catching was the girl's beautiful face that was suffocating and a hot body that was so full that few people in the world could compare with her. Such a girl who had the appearance and the body. Even the clothes of the girl were so dazzling. How could the girl not be eye-catching? Some passing students even had their eyes wide open. Hearts almost jumped out of their eyes, including some female students. Fortunately, the true identity and appearance of the girl have never been made public. Otherwise, if people knew that the super popular idol, Temptress Beauty Geo, was in front of them and was holding hands with a strange man, then there would be a huge riot on the scene. And tomorrow, there should be a lot of paparazzi and news reporters to carry out a huge operation to dig up the male lead of the scandal. In fact, not to mention others, even Temptress Beauty Geo herself was shocked by her current situation. Her bright silver eyes stared at her hand that was held by Wu Yin. Temptress Meijio's mood was very complicated. Obviously, she hated men the most. Just being close to a man would make her want to vomit, let alone being touched by a man. But it was this kind of him. Now, instead, she let a man hold her hand. Yet, there were no signs of disgust. Was this really him? Her gaze still didn't leave the hands that were held together. Tempting Meijio was a little dazed. She also knew that she was very weak after losing her elven powers. He was so weak that he couldn't help but look for a human who had disappointed him to rely on. But was this kind of weakness enough to make her want to rely on the man she hated the most? No, that's not it. Because of psychological factors, because of those ugly men in the past, Xiao Meijio lost her voice, the voice that was more important than her life. That was why she hated men the most. He was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit just by looking at him. If possible, Xiao Meijio even wanted to use the elven power she obtained to kill all the men in the world. She hated men to such an extent. In addition to her previous betrayal, would Xiao Meijio still be helpless and rely on a man because of the loss of her power? The answer was of course no. And if this man was the man who took away the elven power that she regarded as her second life, then it would be even more impossible. But the truth was not like this. Temptress Meijio tried to think about why she wanted to rely on this man in front of her. Because she wanted to ask him to return her voice? Perhaps this was part of the reason, but it was definitely not the whole reason. Temptress Meijio actually knew the reason, because she was curious about how this man hated her who had a voice, but treated her who had lost her voice gently, because of the throbbing of the man in front of her when she lost her voice and said, "You're not nothing." But aren't all men lowly, dirty, and ugly creatures? Those men who used to line up, hold up signs, and shout, "I like you the most, I love you, I can die for you," and so on, didn't they also betray her in the end? Compared to her words, these people would rather believe those unknown scandals. What right did they have for her to trust them? What right did they have for her to rely on them? Humans are just creatures who only know how to say nice things, but their hearts are incomparably dark creatures. But this man seemed to have said that he wasn't human. Xiao Meizhou didn't know if he was persuading her or lying to her, but the confusion in her eyes didn't disappear. Instead, the confusion in her eyes grew stronger. Even Xiao Meizhou herself didn't know what she was feeling right now. She could only obediently let Wu Yin hold her hand and slowly walk forward until they arrived at a school marked Dragon Gut Temple Women's Academy. Stopping, Wu Yin turned around and looked at Xiao Meizhou. Xiao Meizhou immediately turned her head away, so Wu Yin couldn't see her current expression. Wu Yin shrugged. He reached out and pointed at Xiao Meizhou's body. The black rings wrapped around Xiao Meizhou's limbs undulated and burst open. Xiao Meizhou could clearly feel that the spirit energy in her body that couldn't be used anymore was starting to become active again. It gathered towards her throat as usual, proving that her voice has recovered. But Xiao Meizhou didn't feel happy at all when she felt her spirit energy recovering. She lowered her head and remained silent. "That's all I have to say." Wu Yin clapped his hands. He glanced at Temptress Mikoto and he grinned. "Remember to control yourself. Don't let the space quake happen. Otherwise, even if Ratatosker doesn't seal your spirit energy, it won't be able to watch you run around." Hearing this, the Temptress Meizhou finally raised her head. Looking at the man in front of her who she used to hate so much, her intoxicating sweet voice echoed, "Why?" Tempting Knight, Meizhou asked this question with an unknown emotion. "That Ratatosker seems to want to seal my spirit energy, right? You also have a way to seal my spirit energy, right? Why didn't you seal my spirit energy in the end and let me go instead? Do you need a reason?" Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. He looked at Temptress Meizhou with an odd look. "If you have a conscience, no matter who it is, after hearing about your deeds, they wouldn't want to seal your spirit energy, right? Have a conscience." Xiao Meizhou couldn't help but laugh. Humans are just a group of hypocrites. How can they have a conscience? Xiao Meizhou's eyes dimmed. Xiao Meizhou's beautiful voice was full of depression. "If I really have a conscience, then I wouldn't have become like that." Hearing this, Wu Yin closed his eyes. "Don't tell me you think that all humans are like the producer who slandered you and the fans who talk to themselves. Isn't that so?" Xiao Meizhou raised her head hard. Her eyes, full of sadness and pain, were exposed to Wu Yan's vision. "So many people said, 'I will always support you and I will always believe in you.' But in the end, when I really needed someone to support me, who supported me and who believed in me? No, not a single one." Xiao Meizhou's expression was distorted by pain. "There are so many people, but no one believed in me. Isn't that enough to explain everything? Is that so?" Wu Yan nodded slowly. Then he looked around and picked up a piece of paper from the ground. His fingers spurted out magical power and wrote something on the paper. Then he stuffed it into Xiao Meizhou's hand. "This?" Xiao Meizhou looked at the paper in her hand and was slightly startled. "Phone number?" "This is my phone number." Wu Yin smiled and nodded. "If one day you need someone to support you, if one day you need someone to believe in you, if one day you lose your spiritual power again, if one day you want to sing again, then call this phone number. When the time comes, no matter where it is, I will definitely rush over. You?" Xiao Meizhou's hand, holding the paper, trembled violently. Then she laughed out loud. "What's the point of doing this? Do you think I will believe you? Instead of waiting for someone to believe in you and wait for someone to support you, it's better to act on your own and find someone who is worthy of your trust." Wu Yin stared at Xiao Meizhou's eyes. "Although I don't know if I am worthy of your trust and whether I can gain your trust, I admit that I will not ignore a cute girl's request for help." Turning around, Wu Yin waved his hand and said with a smile, "If possible, I hope that one day, when you want to sing with your own voice, you can call this phone number. Compared to that fake voice, to be honest, I would like to hear your own voice." Leaving those words behind, Wu Yin turned around and walked away without looking back. Xiao Meijiu kept looking at Wu Yan's back until he disappeared from her sight. Then she lowered her head. Who would believe the words of men like you? When he said this, Xiao Meijiu's hand was already tightly clutching the paper. Chapter 11:27. As expected of my brother, Koteri's cheerful voice came from the other side of the earpiece. Wu Yin, who was heading home, found it a bit strange. It's not the first time I heard you say that, but why are you praising me all of a sudden? Huh. Koteri was surprised to hear Wu Yan's words. Isn't it obvious? It's because of your strategy on seduction, Meijio. Strategy on seduction, Meijio? Wu Yin blinked. He asked in confusion. What strategy? When did I try to seduce Xiao Meijio? As soon as he said this, the music in the earpiece immediately stopped. It was a long time before it started again. As expected of my brother. What are you talking about? Wu Yin shook his head, not sure whether to laugh or cry. I don't know what's going on. Isn't it praiseworthy for you to start a strategy without knowing what's going on? Koteri said with a half-smile. Started a strategy without knowing what's going on? Wu Yin scratched his cheek. Are you talking about me leaving my phone number with Seduction Meijio? Yes, that's it, Koteri said with certainty. Let me tell you, because of what you did, Seduction Meijio's favorability towards you has increased by more than half. More than half. Wu Yin paused for a bit before he started getting curious. What's more than half favorability? Koteri muttered something in deep thought before she spoke. It's probably someone you care about. What the hell? Wu Yin pursed his lips in disdain. Only to the extent that I care about people. I thought you admired me so much because of how much progress I have made. Have you forgotten what kind of fairy seduction Meijio is? Koteri scoffed. She's an existence that hates men and is extremely disappointed in all humans. Based on our current information, there's almost no one who can attract Yukio Meio's attention. You're the first. Oh, Wu Yin smirked. He puffed out his chest. That is indeed something to be admired. Don't get too cocky. Koteri poured cold water on him. If it's only at this level, there's no way to tempt Xiao Meijio to willingly seal her spiritual power. Ugh, you're right. Wu Yin rubbed his nose and sighed. But is it really possible to seduce Meijio into sealing her powers willingly? Well, it's up to you, Koteri said in a low voice. The only way now is to get Meijio out of her disappointment in humans and the world and cure her voice loss. This method is feasible. That's easy for you to say. Wu Yin tapped on his headset. If you were in Meijio's shoes, would you forgive her? Would you forgive those who betrayed you so easily? Well, so, it depends on what you do. Koteri snickered and teased. Since you can change Temptress Meijio's opinion of you, then add fuel to the fire and take her down completely. You can do whatever you want, right? Well, you're making me feel like I'm doing something evil. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. I just want to seal Meijio's powers. Seduce her as well. Koteri laughed eerily. Don't tell me you don't have such thoughts about seducing Meijio. I'll really despise you. Huh? Wu Yin laughed dryly, and his face fell. All right, I admit that it's a little. Koteri's decisive voice suddenly sounded in his earpiece. I despise you. Wu Yin almost tripped and fell to the ground. Then, they looked like siblings, but they were actually lovers. Through the headset, they started a pointless war of words. They only stopped when Wu Yin arrived at Itsuka's house. Wu Yin pushed the door open and walked into the house. He shouted, I'm back, as he walked towards the living room. Originally, Wu Yin wanted to go back to his room, but when he saw the corner of the hall, he stopped in his tracks and walked into the hall with a puzzled look on his face. In the living room, Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, and Shirori were sitting around the table. They looked excited. On the table, there were several boxes that looked like they were sent by mail. Under the actions of 4 young girls of different sizes, they were taken apart one by one. Wu Yin walked over with a strange expression. What are you doing? Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, and Shirori stopped what they were doing and smiled at Wu Yin. You're back. Yeah. Wu Yin nodded. He sat between Kurumi and Toka and looked at the items in the boxes. He was stunned. This is... Wu Yin took out the item from the box and laid it out in front of him. He was a bit surprised by what he saw. Kimono? Kimono. Kotori's confused voice came from the headset. Why is there a kimono? Why is there a kimono? Wu Yin repeated Kotori's words to Shirori. Shirori giggled in response. These kimonos are for the Chinese Valentine's Day festival in a few days. Chinese Valentine's Day festival? Wu Yin ignored Kotori's voice and looked at Shirori. The festival will be held in a few days? It's July 7th in a few days. Chinese Valentine's Day, isn't it? Shirori rolled her eyes at Wu Yin. She didn't like the fact that he forgot about such an important date like the Qixi Festival. The Chinese Valentine's Day Festival is held annually. Everyone in Heavenly Palace City knows about it. Shido, haven't you attended it before? Yeah, I've never participated in this. Wu Yin admitted without hesitation. After all, I didn't live in Heavenly Palace City before. I haven't either. Toka picked up a kimono and said excitedly, Shirori said there will be a lot of delicious food at the festival. Shido, Toka turned around and looked at Wu Yin. She was holding a kimono, but she was drooling. Let's go. Chinese Valentine's Day Festival. I want to go too. Yoshino raised her hand with a blush on her face. Her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. I want to see fireworks. Both of you want to go? Wu Yin thought for a moment and looked at Kurumi, who was smiling. Kurumi, do you want to go? Era, isn't it good? Kurumi tilted her head and touched her lips with a finger. She smiled. Chinese Valentine's Day is a day that lovers can't miss. I want to go to the festival with hubby, Sama. I see. Wu Yin nodded. All right then, let's go together. Hearing this, Kurumi, Xianxia, and Shirori all laughed out loud. Shirori was the only one who was about to laugh when the phone in her pocket rang in the hall. Sorry. Shirori looked at everyone apologetically and picked up the phone. Who is this? After Shiori's voice fell, the phone was silent. After an unknown amount of time, a cold and emotionless voice came out from the other side. It's me. Shirori was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, Origami. The entire hall fell into silence. Everyone's gaze fell on Shirori, making her feel even more pressured. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and forced a smile. What's the matter? Origami. Chinese Valentine's Day Festival. Toka Origami used her usual straightforward and emotionless voice and said to Shirori, I want to invite you to go with me. Wah. Shirori immediately remembered the last time she went shopping with Origami. A wave of dizziness suddenly enveloped her. Before Shirori could refuse, Origami spoke again. I'll let you know when the time is set. Origami hung up the phone as if she didn't want to give Shirori a chance to regret her decision. Hearing the busy tone from the phone, Shirori lowered her hand like a corpse and looked at Wu Yin and Co. for help. Ahem. Wu Yin coughed and stood up. Since Shirori has an appointment, we'll go by ourselves. Yes. Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino stood up and followed Wu Yin out of the hall. At the scene, only Shirji, who seemed to have lost her soul, remained in a daze for a long time. Chapter 1128. Heavenly Palace City, Itsuka's house. I'm full. With a look of infinite satisfaction on her face, tin incense lay on the table and twisted her body in a happy manner. Oh, Shido's cooking is still so good. Yoshino rubbed Yoshino's small head and nodded in satisfaction. Although Yoshino was still a little timid, he was much better than before. At the very least, Yoshino could easily express his emotions with his actions like now. Although I think so too. Shirori sighed as she rubbed her stomach. But losing to a boy in cooking, it's a bit complicated. Not everyone can eat how Sama's cooking. Kurumi held a cup of black tea and drank elegantly. How Sama is very lazy. Don't you think it's tempting that he's willing to take the time to cook for us? Hearing Kurumi's words, Shiori's little face immediately turned red. Obviously, Kurumi had hit the nail on the head. Shiori's expression was stiff. She looked at Shiori, who was lying on the side with a happy face, and then looked at Kurumi, who was elegantly drinking tea. She didn't know why, but she looked at Shiori as if she hated iron for not becoming steel. As for Kotori, she wanted to say something, but she gave up when she remembered she had to pretend to be a good girl in front of Shiori. All right, since you're all full, let's go find something to do. Wu Yin shook his head in exasperation and chased the girls away from the table. Clean up the tableware. Get ready to bathe. Yes, Toka, Yoshino, and Kotori leisurely dragged their words and walked out of the hall with Kurumi's light laughter. Only Shiori was left behind. Let me help you. Shido, that would be great. This is a wolf who slacks off whenever he can. Wait, everyone. Kurumi stopped Kotori, Yoshino, and Toka, who were about to return to their rooms. He licked his lips, and a mysterious smile hung on his face. There's something I need to discuss with everyone. Hearing this, the three girls stopped and looked at Kwang-san in confusion. Discuss? Kotori was surprised. You actually took the initiative to discuss something with us. That's strange. What's the matter? Kurumi. Toka stepped forward enthusiastically. If there's anything you need help with, I'll be sure to help. Me too. Yoshino nodded weakly. If possible, I'll be sure to help. Era, I really have to thank everyone for this. Kwang-san's eyes curved into beautiful crescents as she smiled. But it's not that I need your help with anything. There's just something I need to decide in advance. Kurumi looked around at the three girls who were full of doubt, then casually opened her mouth to speak. The arrangements for tomorrow's Chishi Festival. The Chishi Festival. Kotori and the other two repeated the story in unison, and the confusion on their faces only increased instead of lessening. Era, don't you three have any ideas? Kurumi's eyes widened a little, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Then, he laughed out loud again. Chishi is a festival for lovers. Don't you want to monopolize Owen-sama and spend a beautiful night with Owen-sama? The air at the scene suddenly froze, monopolized Shido. Toka started to think. Spend time with Owen-sama. Kotori's eyes were filled with hesitation. We had a wonderful night. Yoshino's face turned completely red. Seeing Kotori's reaction, Kurumi's delicate face revealed a triumphant smile. It's Chishi after all. We're usually together and will always be together in the future. Today is special. I also want to be alone with my lord husband and spend the Chinese Valentine's Day together. Kwang-sen pointed at her face with her finger. So, let's discuss who will monopolize Owen-sama tomorrow. Shurdao has already agreed to accompany me to buy octopus yaki. 10 cents immediately declared arrogantly. Era, is that so? Kurumi's smile didn't change as she replied to Toka. Then Owen-sama will be monopolized after we buy octopus yaki, right? Toka choked. Big Brother is not very familiar with the roads in Heavenly Palace City. Kotori explained with an unnatural expression. I have to show Owen-sama the way. Kotori-chan, don't worry. Kurumi's smile didn't change. I've lived in Heavenly Palace City for a long time. I'm familiar with the roads. Kotori choked. Aye. Yoshino's face turned redder and redder. She became redder and redder. In the end, she simply pulled her hat over her head and didn't even say a word. Yoshino gave up. Kotori narrowed her eyes and looked at Kurumi when she saw Toka and Yoshino being knocked down by Kurumi. Do you want to monopolize that guy? Era, I do want to monopolize Owen-sama. Kurumi smiled wickedly. Kotori was about to retort, but she changed the topic. But that's a bit overbearing. I don't want Owen-sama to be unhappy. Speaking up to here, Kurumi finally revealed her purpose. How about we have a showdown here? A showdown? Toka paused. Then, he clenched his fist with high fighting spirit. Fine. I will not admit defeat. Wait, how are we going to do that? Kotori frowned. Let's be clear, it's not a good idea to use fairy power in this world. Even if we control our Reiki and don't cause a space-time quake, AST will send out their psychic waves. Plus, Owen-sama doesn't want us to fight. Kotori calmly analyzed and glanced at Kurumi. So, you have to think about it. Don't worry, I won't mess around in a way that Lord Husband doesn't like. Kwangsen smiled unhurriedly. Then, she lowered her head and pondered. All right, stop putting on an act. Kotori pursed her lips and waved her hand as if she was tired of it. Since you're the one who suggested it, you must have a plan already, right? Just say it. As expected of Lord Husband's younger sister. Then, I'll be frank. Kurong-san had a coquettish smile on her face as she playfully blinked her right eye that was exposed. The showdown is simple. Whoever seduces Owen-sama will get to spend 3 hours alone with Owen-sama during the Chishi festival. What do you think? How about seduce? Kotori and the other two exchanged glances. Their reactions were different from each other. Kotori was disdainful. Is this your first time meeting Owen-sama? Kotori mocked. Her words were merciless. As long as it's a cute girl, she can seduce him with just a flick of her finger. He'll pounce on her like he's in heat. There's no need for a showdown like this. Kotori-chan, are you worried I'll play tricks on you? The corners of Kwang-san's mouth slowly rose. If that's what Kotori-chan is worried about, I can let you go first. Kotori opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She snorted and turned her head away. I won't take advantage of you. We'll decide the order by rock, paper, scissors. Toka was confused. Nana. Toka looked at Kotori and Kurumi and asked, "What's seduction?" Kotori's expression froze. Kurumi's smile disappeared, and she sighed. It's something that makes Owen-sama think he can do whatever he wants. So that's how it is. Tin Fragrance suddenly realized something and pounded her palm. For a moment, all the girls present helplessly shrugged their shoulders. They all felt helpless towards Tin Fragrance's natural ability. Yoshino didn't know what to do. I have to join too. She looked like she was about to cry. She shook her head anxiously. But don't worry. At this time, Yoshino, who was in Yoshino's hands, giggled. Yoshino, I'll be your backup. Let's go take down Wu Yin-kun. Yoshino sighed in relief. She looked at Yoshino gratefully. Seeing this, Kwang-san laughed. Then it's decided. Chapter 1129. Phew. While washing the dishes, Wu Yan's pupils started to dilate. In this state, Wu Yan sighed. Cooking is a different matter. Washing the dishes and whatnot is really boring. Shido, you're just trying to slack off. Shirori rolled her eyes at Wu Yan while washing the dishes. Shido, you're supposed to be washing dishes today. Seeing how good your cooking is, I came to help you. If you keep complaining, I'm going to leave. Yes. Wu Yan stretched his arms and legs and continued to wash the dishes. Shido. At the entrance of the hall, Toka opened the door with a bang. She rushed towards Wu Yan with an imposing manner, scaring Wu Yan and Shirori so much that they almost dropped the plates in their hands. Before the two of them could react, Tin Fragrance, who had stormed into the kitchen, said something that made the atmosphere drop to a freezing point. Today, you could do whatever you want to me. Do whatever you want. Wu Yan and Shirori managed to stabilize the plates with great difficulty, but the plates fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The two didn't even look at the broken plates, as their expressions kept changing. In the end, they entered a state of complete shock with their mouths agape. Gulp. Wu Yan subconsciously glanced at Toka's voluptuous body, and he recalled what she said. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then she felt a cold and disdainful gaze shooting straight at her body. Dao. Shirji squinted her eyes and suddenly laughed. Her laughter made people's hair stand on end. Don't tell me you taught Toka something she doesn't need? No. Wu Yan shook his head like a broken drum. A drop of sweat dripped down his forehead. I taught her everything. I didn't do anything. Is that so? Shirji looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. After a while, she turned to Toka and smiled gently. Toka, you can't do that, even if you're boyfriend and girlfriend. But if you say that, Shido will do something that angers both humans and gods. So don't say that again. Hearing Shiori's words, Toka immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. But Shido and I... Okay, 10 spice sauce. Shiori had a kind smile on her face. He put his hand on 10 Fragrance's shoulder with an unquestionable aura. She pushed her out of the kitchen. I know you want to get closer to Shido, but impure things are forbidden. I won't let Shido pollute the rare spiritual oasis in our house. But, Shiori pushed Toka out of the kitchen as she continued to call out to her. When she came back, she looked at Wu Yin with a dangerous gaze. If you dare to do anything impure to Toka, you'll be judged by the Itsuka family. Wu Yin, who still hasn't recovered from his stupor, nodded like an idiot. Wu. Toka sobbed and returned to Kotori, Kurumi, and Yoshino's side with a dejected look. Fail. Saying this unwillingly, Juxiang fiercely glared at Kwang-san. Damn you, Kurumi. Didn't you say that letting Shurdao do whatever he wanted was a temptation? Why can't I do it? Are you lying to me? Kurumi was speechless. She rubbed her forehead like she had a headache. I was careless. I forgot Toka's personality isn't suitable for temptation. In short, Toka failed. Kotori smiled and stopped Toka, who was about to vent. She raised her voice as if she wasn't going to give Toka a chance to speak. Who's next? Why, yes, it's me. Yono raised his hand in fear. Kotori and Kurumi smiled at him in return, but their smiles are fake. They don't think Yoshino will succeed. Do your best. Kurumi and Kotori both said this to Yanai. Yanai's shoulders trembled, and he looked away. Yanai didn't know if it was out of kindness or if it was because they were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Don't worry, Yoshino. Yoshino used her unique sharp voice to cheer Yoshino up with a dance. Yoshino will help you. Yoshino is here. Everything will be fine. Hearing Shino comforting him as usual, Shino immediately mustered up a bit of courage, nodded his little head, and walked into the main hall. Shido, did you really not instill any strange thoughts in Toka's head? In the kitchen, Shiori abandoned her task of washing the dishes and cornered a sweaty Wu Yin in a corner with an unfriendly look on her face. That's obviously different from the usual Toka, right? Shido, Toka is very innocent. You can't teach her bad things. It really has nothing to do with me. Wu Yin was about to cry. I've been washing the dishes with you all this time. When 10 Fragrances suddenly ran over and said this, I was also shocked. Really? Shiori still didn't believe Wu Yan's words. She stared at Wu Yan's eyes in an attempt to see if there's anything there. Of course, she didn't find anything, so she sighed helplessly. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that for now. Shiori lowered her head and muttered. Seriously, I'll have to go look for 10 spice sauce later and correct her thinking. Aha! Wu Yan laughed dryly. The door to the hall was opened again. A shy little face appeared outside the door. There was a slight blush on her cheeks. She was so cute. Sorry for disturbing you. Wu Yin and Shiori, who were about to continue washing the dishes, turned around. They saw a blushing Yono peeking her head out from behind the door. The two of them flinched for a bit. Shiori's eyes lit up with love, while Wu Yin felt a bit dazed by this scene. Toka? Wu Yin rubbed the plate in his hand and laughed awkwardly. Finally, he was released from the effects of Mo Kill. Haven't you taken a bath yet? It's time to take a bath. Aye. Toka's cheeks were dyed red. She lowered her head and slowly walked out of the door. Seeing Toka's strange expression, Wu Yin put down the cutlery in his hand and squatted down in front of Toka. What's wrong? Looking at Wu Yan's smiling face, so close to hers, Yoshino stood there in a daze. She blushed and couldn't say a word. You're so annoying, Shurdao-kun. Seeing the bad situation, Toka covered her mouth with her small hand and laughed. Didn't you just say it's time to take a bath? Yes. Wu Yin looked at Toka strangely. Is there a problem? I came to see you when you're taking a bath. Is there anything else? Toka waved her hand happily. Of course. I'm here to invite you to take a bath together. Huh? Wu Yin was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Toka's face. What he saw was steam coming out of Toka's head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's it. Okay, wait for me. No need. A voice that seemed to have reached the limit of patience interrupted Wu Yan's words. Then, Toka found her body floating in the air. Woo. Shirji rubbed her face with a cute expression as she cried out happily. Let me accompany Toka to take a bath. Eh. Toka was surprised. She didn't know what to do with this development. Shirori thought that Toka acquiesced. She excitedly hugged Toka and waved her hand at Wu Yan. That's it, Shirdaokoan. You have to wash the dishes yourself. I'm going to take a bath with the cute Toka. After saying that, Shirori brought Toka, who was crying out in panic, to the bathroom. Because Toka was crying out in alarm, Toka couldn't speak. Otherwise, Shirori would see through her excuse of using ventriloquism instead of mouth to talk. Shirori would definitely faint if she knew that a doll could talk. Left with no choice, Toka could only pretend to be a doll and watch as Toka was dragged into the bathroom together with Toka. Wu Yan's lips twitched as he watched Shirori disappear from his sight with the 4 familiars in her arms. He scratched his head in confusion. Why does it feel weird? Chapter 1130. See Sister Shirori. What's wrong? Yoshino. T, can you please put me down? Ah. Era. Is Yoshino shy? Ah. And no, it's not like that. Wow. She's blushing. She's so cute. Ew. Shiori's adrenaline seemed to have been stimulated as she walked into the bathroom with Yoshino in her arms. Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka poked their heads out and looked at each other. Era. Kurumi shrugged. Yoshino is out too. In a way, Sister is a powerful enemy. Kotori smiled bitterly, but she regained her composure. Luckily, Sister is being held back by Yoshino. She helped us solve a big problem. Well, we'll remember Yoshino. Kurumi patted the dust off her knees and stood up. Next, it's my turn. Kotori stood up with a radiant look on her face. She reached for the ribbon on her hair, as if she had been prepared for this. Seducing that guy is a piece of cake. Why does it feel so weird? After washing the rest of the utensils, he frowned as he filtered them with clean water. Although 10 Fragrances was usually a laughingstock due to its high natural attributes, 10 Fragrances had always been a laughingstock. Occasionally, in order to overcome their temperament, they would deliberately do some bold things. However, compared to their usual behavior, the two of them seem to be a little more uncoordinated. It's like they're doing it on purpose. What's going on? Is this Kotori's idea again? While Wu Yan was deep in thought, the sound of the door opening echoed in the living room. It attracted Wu Yan's attention. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the main hall, jumping and skipping. Wu Yan saw a happy Kotori. He was stunned and astonished. Kotori? Kotori didn't notice Wu Yan until now. She turned around and her eyes lit up when she saw Wu Yan. Then, she's extremely cute. An innocent and romantic smile appeared on Kotori's face. Oh, Oni-chan noticed. When he heard Kotori's innocent and sweet voice, for a moment, Wu Yan thought Kotori had a screw loose in her head or she's trying to play a prank on him. He soon found out the reason. The ribbon on Qinli's hair had turned from black to white. In other words, the current Kotori was the sweet and cute Kotori in her younger sister mode. Wu Yan looked at Kotori with curiosity. How long has it been since he last saw Kotori in sister mode? Ever since his relationship with Kotori became ambiguous, Kotori in sister mode hasn't appeared in front of him. Seeing Kotori in her younger sister mode, Wu Yan couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Kotori looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Oni-chan. Wu Yan's legs turned to jelly when she called him Oni-chan. He turned his head away awkwardly and pretended to cough. Wu Yan said to Kotori, nothing. I just wanted to ask you, do you think Toka and Yoshino are acting weird? Weird. Kotori tilted her head cutely. Her big round eyes sparkled like a squirrel's. Is that so? I didn't notice anything. I see. Wu Yan scratched his face and sighed. Forget it. I have nothing to lose, so I won't pursue the matter. Oni-chan, are you upset that Yoshino was taken away by your sister? Kotori blinked her eyes and blushed. She started fidgeting with her hands. In that case, I don't mind bathing with Oni-chan. Wu Yin turned around abruptly. He looked at Kotori, who was bashful and blushing. His heart started beating faster. Bathing with sister mode, Kotori? That's fine. Wu Yan's heart started to heat up as he looked at Kotori. Kotori made a victory sign in her heart and blushed shyly. Do I really have to bathe with Oni-chan? I'm so shy. Just as Wu Yin was about to nod in agreement, he remembered something. But didn't Shirori bathe with Yoshino? Kotori's expression stiffened. She cried out in her heart that she had miscalculated, but soon after, she laughed again. It's okay, we can wait until your sister is done bathing. Oh, Wu Yin smiled. In that case, halfway through his sentence, Wu Yin paused. Something doesn't seem right. Is it possible for Kotori to invite me to take a bath together? Even if it was the naive and romantic little sister mode, let alone inviting him to take a bath, she would probably blush and scream out loud after being kissed by him. Something is wrong. Could it be that Kotori is trying to trick me again for the sake of training the elves? Wu Yan's fervent gaze turned into vigilance. He put on a friendly face, and he told Kotori, Okay, let's do this. Well, I really want to bathe with you, but I'll pass today. It's Kotori's turn to be shocked. She was rejected. She was rejected by the Oni-chan who used to push her down whenever they were alone. How? How is this possible? Why? Kotori asked. She looked up at Wu Yin with a pitiful expression. Oni-chan, do you hate bathing with Kotori? Wu Yan's heart wavered when he saw Kotori on the verge of tears. However, he was more certain. There's no way Kotori would pretend to be in sister mode just to bathe with him. There must be something going on. How could I hate Kotori? Wu Yin rubbed Kotori's head, and he continued in a serious tone. But Oni-chan has something to do today. Kotori, let's wait until next time. Next time? Kotori shouted anxiously. It'll be too late next time. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Kotori covered her mouth when she realized what she just said. He didn't know what Kotori is plotting, but he is sure that there is something fishy going on here. Wu Yin refused even more firmly. Anyway, thank you for your invitation. Next time, Big Brother will accompany you to take a bath. Wu Yin rubbed Kotori's head. He didn't want to give Kotori a chance to regret her decision. He walked out of the kitchen and into the living room before heading back to his room. Wait, Kotori shouted and chased after him. Wait, Oni-chan. Era, Kotori-chan, you can't do this. Kotori had only taken a few steps when Kurumi appeared behind her and pulled her back. Kotori saw the smile on Kurumi's face. You're out of the game. Ugh. Kotori's expression changed, and she collapsed on the floor as if she lost all her strength. How can this be? That's a perverted Oni-chan. It's my turn now. Kurumi looked down at Kotori and tilted her head with a smile. Oni-chan will be mine tomorrow during the Chishi festival. It's not like that. Kotori jumped up from the ground and puffed up her cheeks. You might fail too. If you fail, Oni-chan will have to share with everyone. Era, thanks for your concern. Kurumi grinned. She turned around and walked towards Wu Yan's room. Sigh. What a pity. Lying on his bed, Wu Yin sighed in grief. It would be great if I could do it with Kotori in her sister mode. Era, Oni-chan, you don't have to worry. Suddenly, a familiar voice and tone came from the room. Wu Yin reflexively looked at the source of the voice, and what he saw made him flabbergasted. Kurumi, who was completely naked, walked up to Wu Yin with a blush on her cheeks. She maintained a graceful smile as she walked in front of Wu Yin. She reached out and caressed Wu Yan's chest with a seductive smile. Do you need me to comfort you? The fire in Wu Yan's heart finally exploded. In the hallway, Kotori and Toka looked at each other when they heard the moaning and panting coming from Wu Yan's room. They lowered their heads in dejection. Chapter 1131. The main street of Tiangong City, the commercial street. This was a commercial street that was more lively and bustling than before. No, it should be a very lively commercial street. Today is the 7th of July. the annual Chinese Valentine's Day Festival. Although the sky had just turned dark, the merchants who had smelled the scent of money would not let go of such a typical day. In order to cater to this wonderful business opportunity, they ruthlessly made a large sum of money. As soon as the sky turned dark, many people had already set off bursts of excitement on the commercial street. There are open-air shops and stalls on both sides of the street, preparing to welcome the arrival of customers. Not only do these shops and stalls specialize in octopus, fried noodles, and other indispensable snacks during the festival, masks, balloons, and other products are also displayed in a dazzling array. They're just waiting for customers to come and buy them all. It didn't take long for consumers to arrive one after another. The entire shopping street was packed to the brim. Some of the smaller people and children were mixed in the crowd. Not even their shadows could be seen. The people who are excited by the festival are shopping everywhere. They visit the stalls one by one. The prices of the products here are obviously the same as usual. Some of them are even higher than usual. However, due to the festive atmosphere, people still go up and visit the stalls. After all, the festival only happens once a year, right? The couples, in particular, snuggled up to each other. Not only did they look intimate, but they were also more invested in the festival than others. They rarely thought about spending money, which made the shop owners very happy. Of course, the men who are responsible for paying the bill for their girlfriends are bleeding in their hearts. In any case, today is the Chinese Valentine's Day Festival. It's bound to be lively. Wow! Looking at the crowded commercial street, Xianxia is surprised. This is the first time Toka saw something like this. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand in excitement. Sure, Dao. Look, there's so many people. There are indeed a lot of people. Even Wu Yan is a little dazed. It's not that Wu Yan hasn't seen more people than this before, but it's a different story when they are all crowded in the same commercial street. Even a festival on Itagami Island in the Blood Frenzy world. Nor was there as many people as the Qixi Festival. In addition, there were girls in all kinds of kimonos walking around in the crowd. It almost dazzled Wu Yan's eyes. Just a casual mention. The girls were also wearing kimonos. Kotori's kimono was pink, Kurumi's was black, and Toka's was purple. Ce was blue, and Shiji was white with spots. Apart from Kotori, the other four also used hairpins to tie up their long hair. Together with their exquisite and beautiful faces, they were breathtakingly beautiful. Now that the sky has just turned dark, there aren't many people. Shirori chuckled softly and said to Shirori, whose eyes were filled with light, "When it's close to the fireworks, there will be a lot of people. Everyone, please keep an eye on each other and don't get separated." Just as Shirori finished her words, Toka closed her eyes, twitched her nose, and ran out cheering. "Wow, it smells so good." "Suka-chan," Shirori exclaimed and quickly followed after her, making Wu Yan bitterly smile. "Everyone, follow me. Don't get separated. Compared to that, you should be more worried about your wallet." Kotori glanced at Wu Yan after Shirori left and said without hesitation, "With Toka's appetite, I'm worried you won't be able to wash the dishes." Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened when he heard this. Since Toka, Yoshino, and Kurumi were elves, Ratatosker's food expenses had always come from Ratatosker. However, because of Shirori, Ratatosker couldn't pay too much for the food expenses. After all, Shirori is responsible for all the expenses of Toka's family. Kurumi and the others also have to pay Shirori for their food expenses. In other words, Shirori is the living expenses sent by Toka and the others' families. Living expenses, even if it's a lot, how much can it be? It's already a miracle that it can fill Toka's stomach. That's why they can't spend too much money on the festival. However, looking at Toka's excited expression, she probably won't stop because of the financial deficit. If Wu Yan doesn't fork out the money, who else can help her? Toka is also Wu Yan's girlfriend. Unless Wu Yan doesn't let Toka enjoy herself to the fullest, he must pay for all of Toka's food expenses. Since Toka has already paid for all of Toka's food, can the other girls be left out? The answer is no. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan couldn't help but touch his wallet. He's worried that he might not have enough money. In this world, Wu Yin isn't a teacher, he's a student. We're going to get so much cash. But at this point, there's no point in dwelling on it. Wu Yin could only sigh and let out a long sigh to get rid of the depression in his heart. If I can't do it, I'll go sell a few more gold coins. Then you better think about how you're going to explain how you got the money from selling gold coins. Coterie gloated at Wu Yin. As long as I don't let her find out, it'll be fine. Who do you think gave me this? Wu Yin grumbled. He grabbed Yoshino's hand, as if he's escaping from something. Whatever, Yoshino. Is there anything you want to do? Yoshino panicked. Her face turned red. After a while, she weakly pointed at a stall. Takoyaki. Do you want to eat takoyaki? Wu Yin glanced at the stall Yoshino pointed at and turned his attention to Kotori and Kurumi. What about you two? I'm a little hungry too. Kotori nodded. She looked at Toka, who was running around the stalls with food in her hands, and Shirori, who was following her around to prevent her from getting lost. She sighed. If we follow Toka, we won't be hungry. Wu Yin touched his pocket. Kurumi, who's been quietly standing behind Wu Yin, tugged at Wu Yan's clothes and pointed in a direction. How-sama, over there. What's wrong? Wu Yin, Kotori, and Yoshino looked in the direction Kurumi pointed. Their expressions changed. In front of Wu Yin, there's a girl who's wearing a white kimono with a purple belt around her waist. She has shoulder-length white hair and is looking at them. She's looking at Kotori. Toka Origami. Kotori's eyes narrowed as she met Toka Origami's gaze. She didn't back down. Kotori, who had retrieved the memory she lost when she turned into an elf 5 years ago, knew that she wasn't the one who killed Kenichi Origami's parents. Kotori doesn't need to show her weak side in front of Toka Origami. She won't explain herself either. Kotori only needs to have a clear conscience. Itsuka Kotori. Toka Origami, said Kotori's name with clenched fists. It seems Toka Origami still doesn't believe Wu Yan's explanation. She's still hostile to Kotori. However, she didn't charge at them, which means she didn't deny Wu Yan's explanation. Maybe she just can't let it go. What's wrong? Toka Origami Carrier Chow. Kotori raised her chin expressionlessly. You want to kill me again? This time, I won't be merciful. That's exactly what I want. Toka Origami said coldly and glanced at Wu Yan. I want to say that, but I don't want to kill Shiori's sister before I find proof that you're the one who killed my parents. Kotori raised an eyebrow and sneered. You don't really think you can kill me, do you? Toka Origami's gaze turned cold, but her tone was calm. Maybe not before, but now. I don't think you have any fairy power. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense. Chapter 1132. Kotori and Tabichi Origami stared at each other in the crowd. Their eyes flickered with a sharp glint, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Shido, Oni-san. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Yoshino shrunk back in fear and leaned on Wu Yan. Yoshino kept stroking her head to comfort her. If this had happened in the original work, the flustered Yoshino would have been able to reverse the flow of the sealed spiritual power and cause it to go berserk. As for Kwang-san, she had been standing to the side and watching all of this happen with a smile. She didn't intend to interfere or stop it. Only her wine-red eyes revealed an eager expression. It was as if she wanted to see the world in chaos, which made people not dare to compliment her. Kurumi looked at Wu Yan, who didn't say anything. She felt a bit surprised when she saw Wu Yan quietly watching the situation unfold. Hubby isn't going to stop them? Kwang-san licked her lips and smiled seductively. If this continues, they might end up fighting. Wu Yan looked at Kotori and then at Tabichi Origami. He sighed. I've sealed Kotori's spiritual power. Without my permission, she's just an ordinary person. Kenichi Origami doesn't have any display device on her. She's also an ordinary person. What's there to be afraid of when two ordinary girls fight? Kotori and Tabichi Origami's eyes twitched at the same time. I almost forgot. Kurumi seemed to be surprised as she covered her mouth. But soon, the corners of his mouth cracked into a rather bloody arc. If that's the case, there's no need to stop them, right? Why don't we just let them fight? Kotori and Tabichi Origami's mouths twitched as well. In no way. See, you said in a cowardly manner. Shiorine-san is here. If they fight, Shiorine-san will be angry. Kotori and Tabichi Origami couldn't stay calm anymore. Oof. Kotori waved her hand and pretended to be magnanimous. There's so many people here, it's not good to be seen or affected. Let's just forget about it. And then no, Wu Yin complained. You're just worried about ruining your cute little sister's image. I should be the one saying that. Kotori Origami calmly shifted her gaze away from Kotori. You're different from the elves who brought disaster to this world. AST is protecting the world. We can't let innocent people get involved in the battle. Is it appropriate for you to say that? Wu Yin complained again. You're just worried about losing favorability with Shirori, right? Kotori and Tabichi Origami lowered their heads in silence. Then, they looked at Wu Yin in tacit agreement. Their eyes were so cold that they could freeze a person to death. Wu Yin laughed dryly in the midst of his ridicule. She awkwardly shifted her gaze away. I'll go find Shirori. Leaving these words behind, Yuini Origami walked away without looking back. Kotori flinched and got angry. Who would let a crazy woman like you bother my sister? After that, Kotori wanted to chase after him, but before she could take a few steps, her collar was grabbed by a hand and pulled back. What are you doing? Kotori got even angrier. Just as she was about to scold him, the laughter of the person who was grabbing her collar made her choke on the spot. Kotori-chan, don't tell me you want to leave just like that? Kurumi grabbed Kotori's collar with one hand and squinted her eyes. Don't forget our promise. Damn it. Kotori fiercely glared at Kurumi. She broke free from the hand that was grabbing her collar, walked to Yoshino, and held her hand. Yoshino, come with me to find my sister. Yana nodded obediently and allowed Kotori to take her away. The two of them ignored Wu Yin, and they disappeared in a puff of smoke under Wu Yan's astonished gaze. What the hell is going on? Wu Yan's mouth twitched when he realized what happened. He looked at Kurumi, who was smiling. They just left us like that? Well, it can't be helped, it can't be helped. Kurumi didn't feel a headache. Her smile got brighter and brighter. It seems the Chishi festival is coming. I guess I'll have to accompany Aotsuma. I guess so. Wu Yin scratched his head and looked around at the crowd. He made sure Kotori and the others weren't around and bitterly smiled. Seriously, they just told us not to get separated, but they just left us like that. What kind of people are they? So, Kurumi hugged Wu Yan's arm with an intoxicating smile. Let's enjoy the ceremony. Well, I don't mind. Wu Yan looked at the crowd hesitantly. But we still have to pay for them. No need to worry. Kwang-san's expression didn't change as she smiled. When Kotori left, she took out Susama's wallet with her. Huh. Wu Yan widened his eyes, and he quickly checked his pockets. Of course it's empty. That damn Kotori. Wu Yan yelled. How am I supposed to walk around the festival if she took my wallet with her? Walk and chat. I also have some cash on me. Kurumi blinked her wine-red eyes. There was a hint of mischievousness in them. It's not much, but it should be enough for two people. Sorry, Kurumi. Wu Yan shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since it's the festival, we can't let the girls pay for it. Shirori isn't here anyway. Let's go sell some gold coins. Kurumi's smile widened when she heard Wu Yan's words. She tightened her grip on Wu Yan's hand and pressed her soft bosom against his. Then I'll accept Susama's kindness. Seeing the dazzling smile on Kurumi's beautiful face and feeling the softness of her hand, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile back. However, he's a bit confused about what to do. Kurumi didn't look any different from before. Wu Yan, who knows Kurumi very well, noticed something amiss with her expression and expression. He felt that the smile on Kurumi's face was forced. Only now did it seem to come from the bottom of her heart. But there was only one thing. Plus, she suddenly appeared in his room last night to seduce him and that so-called promise she made with Kotori. Wu Yan's intuition told him that Kurumi was hiding something in her heart. Of course, considering Kurumi's personality, it's possible that she's just teasing him. But for some reason, Wu Yin felt like he had to pay attention to that smile on her face. His wine-red eyes met Kurumi's exposed eyes of the same color. Wu Yin looked at Kurumi without saying a word. Kurumi smiled from start to finish. She didn't try to hide her smile as she looked into Wu Yan's eyes. For a moment, it was as if a high wall was built around the two of them. Inside the wall was their world. No one could disturb them. After a while, Wu Yin chuckled. "All right, let's go for a stroll." Kurumi's eyes lit up. She hugged Wu Yan's hand tightly and leaned into Wu Yan's embrace. Yes. Among the crowd, a lot of guys looked at Kurumi with admiration and admiration. Wu Yin felt a bit awkward. "Well, aren't we a bit too close?" "Ah, is that so?" Kurumi grinned at Wu Yin, and she leaned closer to him. "What's wrong with that? Aotsu-sama belongs to me now. It's not that I don't like it." Wu Yin scratched his face and compromised. "Then let's do it. If we get any closer, we won't be able to walk." "Then let's go." Kurumi nodded in satisfaction. She followed Wu Yin, and they blended into the crowd. They crossed the street and the sea of people as they walked into the distance. Their shadows lengthened under the illumination of the surrounding lights and disappeared under the feet of the crowd. They merged with the shadows of everyone present and could no longer be distinguished from each other. Chapter 1133. Along with the shouts of the merchants in the stalls and the laughter of the people on the street, the clamor and clamor rose to the sky, reverberating in every corner of the commercial street. Although it was getting closer to midnight, the enthusiasm of the people present did not lessen. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Walking with Kurumi in the crowd, Wu Yin couldn't help but laugh when he saw the adoring gazes of the men around him. Wu Yin didn't even think about it before he blurted it out. "Kurumi is really beautiful." The sudden praise seemed to startle Kurumi. When she noticed the gazes around her, Kurumi couldn't help but smile. "Hearing you say that, I'm really happy." She didn't forget to hug Wu Yan's hand harder and giggled. "If Lord Husband is jealous, then I will be even happier." Jealous? Wu Yan wanted to deny it out of reflex, but when he saw Kurumi's grinning face, he turned his head away and he mumbled to himself. "Yes, a little." Kurumi placed her finger on her lips. Her cute appearance made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. Many of the boys around her forgot that they were still walking. They bumped into each other, causing some of them to fall on their faces. Kurumi turned a blind eye to everything around her. She tilted her head and pointed at Wu Yan's lips with her finger. "Don't worry, I only have feelings for hubby. From the beginning to the end." Wu Yan's footsteps paused. He turned around and looked into Kurumi's eyes. "Then what about Shuju Mikoto and Kotori?" Kurumi's eyes flickered. With an unfathomable smile on his face, he said this. "Hubby, do you want to hear a lie? Or do you want to hear the truth?" This question, Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. His eyes turned serious. "Of course, I want to hear what's in your heart." The smile on Kwang San's face didn't change, but the light in her eyes was a little strange. She looked straight ahead and was silent for a while before she spoke. "I'll say it again. From the beginning to the end, I only have feelings for hubby." Wu Yan lowered his head and remained silent. In fact, Wu Yan more or less guessed the situation. She's different from Toka and Yoshino, who are pure and kind elves, and Kotori, who is artificial. Before meeting Wu Yan, Kurumi's life could only be described as dark and gloomy. Wu Yan didn't know what kind of life Kurumi had from the first time she came to the realm to the time she met him. But one thing's for sure, that kind of life isn't worth remembering. She loved animals so much that she couldn't bear to see them being abused. She hated them so much that she could kill more than 10,000 humans without batting an eyelid. They were known as the evilest elves in the world, but in order to kill the first elves and erase the existence of elves in this world, they spent almost their entire lives on it. Even if they really did it, they could ignore the fact that their own existence would disappear from this world. What kind of life could make Kurong San change like this and make such a sorrowful wish? Wu Yan doesn't understand, and he doesn't want to understand, because the current Kwang San had changed. Unfortunately, this change is only directed at him. There's nothing he can do about it. If Kurumi was so easily touched, she wouldn't have let her past self die in the hands of Shinas. She wouldn't be alone. She's been walking this path for so long. If he hadn't been lucky enough to touch the deepest part of Kurumi's heart during the short period of time when her heart was at its weakest when he defeated her, then he would have died right now. Kurumi is probably still wandering in the life of killing and being killed for her own wish. She's sinking deeper and deeper. Under such circumstances, it's not easy for Kurumi to accept the other girls. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's impossible. But even so, I hope you can get along well with them. Wu Yin lifted his chin, and he looked forward with Kurumi. The words that came out of his heart echoed in Kurumi's ears along with his uncontrollable emotions. After all, you're the most important people in my life. Kurumi's smile froze and then gradually disappeared. She didn't say anything. Kurumi knows that Wu Yin knows her well. If it was Wu Yin, he would be able to guess her true meaning from her words. But he still said something like, I hope you can get along well with them. Well, that's it. He didn't want me to open my heart to the girls around me. Nor did he want me to have feelings for them. He just wanted me to live a good life with them. The man I love only wants me to live a good life. That's the true meaning of his words. Although he looked unreliable on the surface and was usually frivolous, this man was using the gentleness hidden in the depths of his heart to care for her. But he didn't force himself on her. Hope. Kwang-san repeatedly pondered over this sentence in her heart and then smiled. Be a little more positive. Hearing that, Wu Yin smiled too. That's enough. They smiled at each other and didn't say anything. They stayed close to each other, mingling in the crowd and strolling around the Qixi festival. From time to time, they could see Kurumi's innocent and romantic expression and licking her lips while looking at the snacks. Wherever she went, people would turn to look at her. Standing in a remote open space, Wu Yin and Kurumi raised their heads, looking at the colorful fireworks in the sky. The corners of their mouths were raised, especially Kwang-san. She seemed to be in a good mood. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction, but there was also a trace of regret in them. It could be seen that Kwang-san was very satisfied with this trip to the festival, but because she was so satisfied, she had some regrets. The fireworks started to bloom in the sky. It was getting closer to dawn. The lively festival was about to end. The brightly colored fireworks blossomed amidst the explosions. The colors of the night sky were reflected on Kwang-san's beautiful face. At this moment, she looked exceptionally bright and moving. There was a kind of silent beauty to her. When the fireworks were about to end, Kurumi spoke like she was sleep-talking. To be honest, I'm a little confused right now. Wu Yin looked at Kurumi and didn't say anything. He quietly waited for her to continue. I got a piece of information recently. Kurumi didn't seem to notice Wu Yan's gaze as she continued talking to herself. Since the first elf appeared 30 years ago, the second elf who appeared seemed to know the identity and whereabouts of the first elf. If it was someone else who knew Kwang-san, they would have been scared after hearing Kwang-san's words. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded like Kurumi didn't give up on pursuing her sad wish. Wu Yin didn't react at all. Even Kurumi was surprised by his reaction. He slowly nodded and he spoke in a warm voice. Do you want to search? Kurumi lowered her head. Her eyes were a little dim. I don't know. That's why I'm confused. I see. Wu Yin pondered for a moment. Then he said something shocking. If that's the case, then let's search. Kurumi raised her head and looked at Wu Yin in shock. Only Wu Yan's gentle voice could be heard. If you're feeling lost, it means you haven't let it go yet. If that's the case, why don't you try taking action? Maybe you'll get an answer in the process. Wu Yin held Kurumi's hand, and he looked into her beautiful eyes. You only need to know that I hope you can always stay by my side. Don't disappear. Looking at Wu Yan's gentle smile and gentle eyes, Kurumi couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. Then she laughed. Aren't you afraid that I'll cause trouble again? Don't go too far. The rest is none of my business. Wu Yin said in a capricious tone. He touched the sealing bracelet on Kurumi's wrist. If you really go too far, then I'll stop you. After all, once the sealing bracelet is put on, it can't be removed. Don't even think about escaping in your lifetime. How domineering. Kurumi's eyes flashed with strong ripples. She closed her eyes with a smile. But I like it very much. Chapter 1134. Early morning. Lying on the bed, Meijio looked out the window at the sky that was gradually brightening. It was a refreshing morning, and the birds were dancing in the air. This scene was filled with vitality, but it didn't bring Meijio any good mood. It even made her feel a little irritated. In the past, Meijio hated mornings, because she had to go to school when morning came. However, Meijio's grades weren't very good. It didn't matter if her grades were terrible. Other than her voice, Meijio didn't have any outstanding talents, including her studies. How could Meijio like the school? Of course, with Meijio's current strength, it was easy for her to change her grades. Moreover, she could enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention in school. As an idol, she liked this feeling. Therefore, although she didn't like school, Meijio didn't hate it. However, recently, let alone school, she didn't even want to stay in her favorite stage and home. It wasn't that Meijio hated the stage and her home. Recently, her heart was in a mess and she couldn't calm down. It made her feel like she had lost interest in everything. She didn't even have much of an appetite for food. She was depressed all day long. This phenomenon started a few days ago and had been going on until now. To be more precise, it started when she parted with that man at the entrance of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy at dusk. It had been like this ever since. Meijio didn't know the exact reason. She only knew that her heart couldn't calm down. It had been completely stirred up into a muddy pool of water. It was so complicated that she couldn't understand it. It made her very frustrated. Meijio pulled up the blanket and covered her head tightly. She screamed in frustration. It's all that despicable man's fault. As expected, men are all dirty things. Whenever I meet that kind of creature, I can't breathe. That's why I'm so frustrated. Despicable, despicable, despicable. As though venting, Meijio's sweet and intoxicating voice reverberated in the blanket. It reached Meijio's ears. It made her even more frustrated. Sigh, I might as well not go to school. The moment she said that, Meijio flung the blanket away and crawled out of it. No, staying at home will only make me more frustrated. I might as well go to school and let those cute toys play with me. After saying that, Meijio jumped off the bed and started to change her clothes. Heavenly Palace City, Longdan Temple Women's College, Big Sister. Big Sister. Yes, Big Sister. Wow, Elder Sister. Meijio was wearing the student uniform of the Dragon Gall Temple Women's College, which was a sailor suit. She walked along the corridor leading to the classroom and listened to the voices of support coming from all directions. Unknowingly, the corners of her lips curled up, and her irritable mood was alleviated by a lot. Sure enough, coming to school was the right choice. Meijio's heart was filled with joy as she thought of this. Although her mood wasn't that good, it was much better than before. Hence, she waved at the students around her, causing them to scream in unison. It didn't take long for Meijio to arrive at her classroom and sit down. Next to her, a few girls who looked like followers lined up behind her. If this was any other school, Meijio would most likely be treated as a snob and would be subjected to public opinion. However, this was a very common scene in the Dragon Gall Temple Women's College. The students behind Meijio were all her supporters. They even knew Meijio's true identity. It was unknown whether they were manipulated by Meijio or if they were her true supporters. Big Sister. At this time, a female student behind Meijio stood up and said respectfully to Meijio, "Can I have a little of Big Sister's time?" "It doesn't matter." Meijio rested her chin on her hand and looked out the window. She said casually, "What is it?" "Today is the day that Big Sister ordered us to check the fans' letters." The female student seemed to have noticed Meijio's absent-mindedness, so she didn't waste any time and directly carried out a rather large box. "Big Sister, do you want me to read it, or do you want to read it yourself?" "No need." Meijio waved her hand, her gaze still fixed outside the window. "I'm not in the mood to read the letters today. I'll leave them to you." The female student looked at Mei Jiao in surprise. She didn't expect such an answer. Night Tempter Mei Jiao was a singer who had debuted for half a year. Although it had only been half a year, in this half a year, Mei Jiao had become a real popular idol. Even compared to those veteran idols, she was still better. Although her fans were only female, there were still a lot of them. Naturally, these fans would want to send letters to Mei Jiao. It's understandable. Mei Jiao didn't want to be bothered by fan mail every day, so she left all these fan mail to her subordinates. Then, she would take one day out every week to read these fan mail. She didn't stop once. This was the first time she said she wasn't in the mood to read the letters. How could people not be surprised? Elder sister, at that moment, not knowing what Mei Jiao was going to say, the female student was in a bit of a dilemma. You really don't want to read it? I said I don't want to read it. If it was in the past, Mei Jiao's tone would be natural and unhurried, and she would more or less be polite. However, under the influence of her irritation, the words that came out of Mei Jiao's mouth weren't very polite, and it scared the female student. Seeing this, Mei Jiao sighed and turned her head away in boredom. Anyway, you can deal with the letters yourselves, yes. The female student could only agree. She took the box full of letters and left. Almost at the same time, another female student walked up to Mei Jiao. Big sister, there are some fans who hope that Big Sister can hold concert. Do you mean? Mei Jiao finally turned her head. The word concert caught her interest. Many people want to hold a concert. Yes, Big Sister. Seeing Mei Jiao looking at her, the female student seemed to be very excited. Even her spirit was lifted. Big Sister, didn't you cancel the concert a few days ago? That's why the fans want Big Sister to hold another concert. A concert a few days ago? Cancelled? Mei Jiao was stunned. A concert a few days ago? Was it the concert held when she met that man? Why would it be cancelled because of something? The first half of the concert went smoothly. Later on, because of a fight with that man, the concert was ruined and she was taken away by him. Alright, that man seemed to have asked someone to erase the fans' memories. Could it be because of this that the concert ended up being cancelled because of something? Mei Jiao thought of that man's smiling face when she parted with him. She finally calmed down a little, but she became restless again. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll hold another concert to change my mood. Let's do it. Mei Jiao raised her head. Her bright silver eyes glanced at the female student. The concert will be held 3 days from now. You can go to the fan page and announce it. I'll take care of the rest. Got it, Big Sister. Mei Jiao nodded and stood up. She wanted to make arrangements for the concert. Just as she stood up, a piece of paper fell from her arms and onto the floor. Mei Jiao frowned and bent down to pick up the paper on the ground. But when she saw the contents of the paper, her beautiful face froze. That was because there was a phone number written on the paper. If you need someone to support you, if you need someone to believe in you, if you lose your spiritual power again, if you want to sing again, call this number. In her mind, this sentence involuntarily rose, causing Mei Jiao's hand that was holding the paper to tighten slightly. Her heart also began to beat faster. Mei Jiao took out her phone from her pocket. Chapter 11:35. Good morning. The sound of footsteps could be heard coming from outside the hall. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, but the door was pushed open after a minute or two. Wu Yin and Coterie came out wearing the Raichon high school uniform. They entered the hall together with Coterie, who was also wearing the same uniform. Sister. With a sweet voice, Coterie, who was wearing a black ribbon, put on an innocent and romantic smile. Oni Ai-chan is up. Shiori smiled when she heard Coterie's cheerful voice. But when she saw Wu Yan's tired face and how he looked like he could die at any moment, her smile turned bitter. Coterie is always in charge of waking you up. Shido, can't you be more energetic in the morning? Every morning, Shiori would say the same thing in front of everyone. Wu Yan got used to it, so he replied back out of habit. Sleeping in is the happiest thing in the morning, Shiori. You don't understand. I don't want to understand either. Shiori glared at Wu Yan. Be careful. You won't be able to find a girlfriend if you get too lazy. Shirori forgot that Toka is Wu Yan's girlfriend and Kurumi is Wu Yan's fiancée. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Toka and Kurumi, who were eating gracefully at the table. He also glanced at Kotori and smiled. Thank you for your concern. You. Shirori shook her head and gave up trying to persuade him. Forget it. Let's eat breakfast. We're late for school. Yes. At the dining table, everyone's response reverberated throughout the entire hall, causing Shirji to be in a bad mood as she placed the breakfast in her hands on the dining table. Then, he continued to prepare new portions. Can't help it. 10 Spices had already eaten more than 70% of the breakfast. If they didn't prepare more, Shirori would probably not be able to eat anything herself, not to mention that it might not be enough for the others. But Shirori turned around. She went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Kurumi suddenly spoke. Itsuka-san, I have something to talk to you about. Shirori was stunned. She pointed at her own nose. Me? Kurumi nodded with a smile. Shirori tilted her head in confusion. Are you sure it's me? Kurumi blinked her eyes and looked at Shiori's incredulous expression. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Allah, Wuhi classmate, is it something to be surprised about that I'm looking for you? No, it's not that. Shirori looked away awkwardly. It's the first time you came to me. Indeed, because of Kurumi's status as Shido's fiancée, Shirori, who supported her on 10 Fragrances' side, wasn't hostile to Kurumi, but she wasn't friendly either. Usually, they didn't talk much, let alone Kurumi taking the initiative to look for her. That's why Shirori was so surprised. I just wanted to talk to you about something. Kurumi closed her eyes, and she chuckled. Her words caught everyone's attention except for Wu Yan. For the next period of time, I may have to leave this house temporarily. Leave this house? Shirori exclaimed. Toka also stopped eating and looked at Kurumi with surprise. Kotori even spat out a mouthful of food and exclaimed, Why haven't I heard about such an important thing from you? Shirori frowned when she saw Kotori's strange reaction. Kotori was startled and immediately adjusted her posture. However, her red eyes were fixed on Kurumi. She was anxious and suspicious. Tokazaki-san, are you really going to leave? Shirori looked at Kurumi and asked, Can I ask why? It's nothing important, Tokazi-san, don't worry. Kurumi tilted her head and pointed at her face. It's just that my family is a little worried and asked me to go back and take a look. Speaking up to here, Kwang-san's face was still filled with regret. My home is too far away and it might take me a while to get back. I have to ask for leave from school, so I'm going to tell Tokazaki-san. Kotori opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but because Shirori was there, she could only shut her mouth. Her eyes were locked on Kurumi, and her expression was constantly changing. Shirori, on the other hand, felt that there was nothing wrong. After pondering for a moment, she nodded. Then I guess I have no choice. Thank you for taking care of me. Kurumi stood up and bowed to Shirori. Shirori didn't have much of a young lady's temperament, so she smiled awkwardly. In that case, let's prepare a big breakfast for Tokazaki-san. Allah! Kwang-san pursed her lips and smiled. Thank you for your hospitality, Tokazaki-san. You're welcome. Shirori waved her hand and went into the kitchen. What's going on? As soon as Shirori left, before Toka and Yoshino could react, Kotori shot an oppressive gaze at Kurumi. Leaving? Are you kidding me? I'm kidding. I'm not joking. Kurumi shook her head. She didn't avoid Kotori's gaze and looked straight at her. I do have something to do, so I need to leave for a while. Hearing Kurumi's words, Kotori's expression sank. Don't forget what Ratatoskr did to you. Kotori's voice turned hostile. Because you are an elf, your situation is special. Ratatoskr punished you by sending you into exile and monitoring you. If you do anything suspicious again, there's a high chance that you will be imprisoned for the rest of your life. Kurumi's expression didn't change in the slightest, but she didn't say anything. On the side, Toka and Yoshino were holding their breaths. Looking at the stalemate between Kurumi and Kotori, their eyes were full of anxiety and worry, but they were suppressed by the heavy atmosphere and didn't dare to speak. They could only stare there, not knowing what to do. Wu Yin looked at Kotori and he opened his mouth. Kotori, I allowed this to happen. You? Kotori looked at Wu Yin and frowned. Why? Because there are some things that Kurumi has to do herself. Wu Yin shook his head. Kotori, let Kurumi leave for a while. Kurumi is being monitored by Ratatosker. Kotori said, I don't have the final say in Ratatosker. No matter what, Kurumi has killed more than 10,000 humans. So to be honest, this isn't a wise choice. Something bad might happen. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Wu Yin answered and he met Kotori's gaze. Kotori, don't you trust Kurumi? Kotori's frown deepened. She glanced at Kurumi, who was staring at her, and sighed. It's not that I don't trust Kurumi. It's just that Kurumi is a dangerous person. If you want her to leave, you won't seal her power, right? How can you make others feel at ease? Even if I believe Kurumi, it's not like you don't know the side effects of her angel. Era, you don't have to worry about that. Kurumi's mouth curved into an evil grin. In order for me to use the Carving Emperor without any side effects, Lord Husband has gifted me a lot of time last night. Kuang Sen licked her lips as if she was recalling something. If I don't use the bullet of 11 and the bullet of 12, even if I keep using the Carving Emperor, I can still use it for a few years. I don't need to hunt other people to make up for the time. Therefore, during this period of time, I won't touch a single hair of those ordinary people. This time, Kotori was in a dilemma. Kotori looked at Kurumi, who was grinning from ear to ear. Then, she looked at Wu Yin, who nodded at her. She lowered her head, and she started thinking. Chapter 1136. Time quietly flowed by in a state of relative silence. Wu Yin, Kurumi, Toka, and Toka are all looking at Kotori, waiting for her decision. Time is ticking and Shirori is humming in the kitchen, but Kotori still hasn't made a decision. It's natural. Just like Kotori said, Kurumi is an evil elf who killed more than 10,000 humans. She's a dangerous existence in the eyes of those who know her. Right now, Kurumi's spiritual force was sealed and she was being monitored by Ratatosker. If Kurumi was allowed to leave after regaining control of her elven powers, Ratatosker's treatment of her might change. When that happens, even Kotori won't be able to do anything. Kotori wasn't the one who created Ratatosker, and she's not the one in charge. If the higher-ups decide to punish Kurumi, what can Kotori do? She can either watch from the sidelines or interfere. One thing is for sure, if Kurumi ends up in jail, Wu Yin wouldn't just sit by and watch her do nothing. Kotori doesn't want to see Wu Yin and the person behind Ratatosker fight each other. Wu Yin is the most important person in Kotori's life. He's the one behind Ratatosker. In a way, Kotori can't afford to betray him. What will happen if they start fighting each other? Kotori can't imagine it. The best decision is to keep Kurumi alive and maintain the status quo. However, looking at the smile on Kurumi's face and the gleam in her eyes, how could Kotori not know that Kurumi would run away if she tried to stop her? At that time, once the crime of absconding for fear of punishment was placed, things would really take a turn for the worst. But she can't let Kurumi go. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be worse. She's not a human being. Kotori's face was full of distress, and her eyes flickered. Clearly, she was in a difficult position, perhaps because she couldn't stand the heavy silence. Tin Incense suddenly spoke. I don't know what's going on. Toka's handsome face met Kotori's. A resolute expression appeared on his face. But if it's me, if there's something I have to do, but I can't do it, it'll be hard. Kotori was stunned. I think so too. Toka glanced at Kotori. She mustered up her courage. If you don't do it well, your mind will be messed up. Kuang San was slightly surprised when she heard the words of 10 incense and 4 ginseng, but the smile on her face had already widened a little. Wu Yin chuckled, and he shrugged at Kotori. That's right. So Kotori, let Kurumi go, you guys. Kotori rubbed her forehead with a bitter smile. Her hesitant look was gone. She stared at Kurumi and said, Let me ask you, what are you going to do? Kurumi raised her eyebrows and pretended to ponder. She tilted her head and replied with a smile, This is a secret. Kotori glared at Kurumi and snorted. Let's change the question. You won't hurt others, right? This question really stumped me. Kwang Sanjiu's red eyes flashed with suppressed bloody light. The corner of her mouth hooked up into an extremely dangerous arc. Well, at least I won't cause trouble for others, but if I'm in a bad mood, I'll leave a permanent mark on those who make me unhappy. How can I let you go like this? Kotori wanted to slap the table, but that would attract Shiori's attention. She suppressed her anger and glared at Wu Yan. Is this your decision? This is Kurumi's decision. Wu Yan answered without hesitation. I'm just saying that I support her. The bloodlust in Kurumi's eyes quickly melted away, replaced by an unprecedented gentleness. Kotori couldn't bear to watch any more and covered her forehead. She couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she turned her head away in despair. Do whatever you want. I won't help you if something happens. That's more than enough. Kurumi's delicate face relaxed a little. It doesn't matter if Kotori agrees or not, because Kurumi has already decided to look for the second elf, even if Kotori doesn't agree. She has Wu Yan's support, right? For Kwang-san, this was already enough. As for whether she'll ask the second elf about the original elf's whereabouts or something else, she'll have to wait and see. After all, even Kurumi herself doesn't know what to do. She can only do as Wu Yan said. She'll try first. Following Kotori's agreement, the heavy atmosphere in the room dissipated, allowing Toka and Yoshino to heave a sigh of relief and smile. Toka leaned forward and asked Kurumi. Then, Kurumi, when are you leaving? Well, Kurumi thought for a bit. I'll go to the school to say goodbye to the teachers, and then I'll leave. So soon? Toka wrinkled her nose. When are you coming back? I don't know. Kurumi shook her head and glanced at Wu Yan with a smile. Maybe I'll be back soon. Maybe I'll wait until Aotsusama leaves this world. But no matter what, I'll be back. That's good. Tenin-sense clapped her hands and greeted Kurumi. Hurry up and eat. Shiori said that you'll have the strength to do things when you're full. Yes. Kurumi chuckled and responded with a crisp voice. She sat down and began to enjoy her breakfast. What a troublemaker. Kotori sighed. She was still a little annoyed. What a troublemaker. Looks like I'll be busy from now on. Not only do I have to report to Ratatosker's members, but I also have to prepare for your psychic wave. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and asked Kotori, do you want to report this to your superiors? Yes, of course, Kotori said snappily. Even though it'll be troublesome, it's still better than hiding it and causing trouble. We still have to apply for a display device from the higher-ups. If something happens at this juncture, we'll have no choice but to snatch the display device from AST and DEM. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly and shrugged at Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. The three elven girls giggled. At that moment, a light melody came from Wu Yan's pocket along with the vibration of something. Phone! Wu Yan blanked out for a bit before taking out his phone from his pocket. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the display, he picked it up in confusion. Hello. For a split second, Wu Yan heard sounds of panic and chaos coming from the other side of the phone. Then, a somewhat stiff and nervous voice came from the other side of the phone. It's me. Wu Yan furrowed his brows when he heard this. Then, he finally recalled the face of the owner of this beautiful voice in his mind, and he exclaimed in surprise. Seducing Meijio? The air froze. The four girls looked at Wu Yan at the same time. Toka and Yoshino looked at him suspiciously. Kurumi smiled and Kotori looked at him inquisitively. Wu Yan didn't have the time to think about this. He's still in a state of shock that Meijio would call him. You actually called me. Didn't you ask me to call you? On the other side of the phone, Meijio sounded a bit nervous. She's completely different from her previous arrogant self when she attacked him. Wu Yan was confused, but he still asked her with a smile. Then why are you calling me? Meijio went silent for a while before speaking again. Didn't you want to hear me sing? The smile on Wu Yan's face slowly receded and turned into a serious expression. Do you want to use your own voice? Meijio opened her mouth and her voice trembled. She didn't want to use her own voice to sing. I won't go. Wu Yan refused. I don't want to listen to a song sung by that fake voice at all. Wu Yan hung up the phone without giving Meijio a chance to respond. Hearing the busy tone from the phone, Meijio's bright silver eyes gradually dimmed. She laughed at herself. What a self-righteous man. Without this voice, who would listen to me sing? Chapter 1137. One or two will only cause me trouble. Walking alone in the dark corridor, Kotori grumbled to herself with a bitter smile on her face. Kotori has changed out of her school uniform and replaced it with the crimson military uniform she wore in Ratatoskr. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that even though Kotori was wearing a dark red military uniform, she didn't drape her coat over her shoulders as usual. Instead, she was dressed very formally, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a formal attire. On top of that, the precious pearl that was always in his mouth was gone as well. Compared to her usual frivolous appearance, she looks a lot more formal. Kotori's appearance made one think of an unruly little princess with an erratic personality forcing herself to be polite in order to attend an important banquet. Right now, Kotori was giving off such an atmosphere. Of course, if you ignore the impatient and helpless expression on Kotori's face from time to time, Kotori's footsteps and mutterings could be heard clearly in the silent corridor. She could even hear her heartbeat. Kotori couldn't help but feel a little nervous when the three voices intertwined. This unprecedented nervousness wasn't because of the sound, but rather because of Kotori's current location. Ratatoskr's headquarters. That's where Kotori's superior works. And now, Kotori was going to meet her direct superior. There are two things: the application for the display device and the report on Kurumi's incident. Because of these two reasons, Kotori immediately applied for leave from school. She rushed here as fast as she can to solve the problem in one go. Kotori wasn't just complaining. She was truly annoyed. She applied for a large number of display devices for no reason, including the personal combat display device, the CR unit. How can her superior just give it to her without asking for the reason? After all, Ratatoskr only has a small number of members, and almost none of them are qualified to equip the CR unit. Why would they apply for a large number of display devices for no reason? Without asking for the reason. There was no way Yasuke Electronics would make a display just because Kotori said so. Kotori had to give him a reasonable reason to obtain these devices. And Kurong-san's matter was also a troublesome matter. In order to prevent the person most important to her from opposing her benefactor, Kotori has to try her best to convince her superior to prevent the worst from happening. Plus, she had a chance to seduce Meijio. However, she was mercilessly rejected by her brother. If Shirori wasn't there, she would have been furious. Kotori wanted to give Wu Yan a good round of cannons, even though Kotori's spiritual power is still in Wu Yan's hands. Seriously, nothing can stop me from worrying. Kotori rubbed her forehead and adjusted her state of mind. She walked to the end of the corridor and stopped in front of the door. Kotori took a deep breath and hesitated. Then, she knocked on the door unhurriedly. Kotori, reporting for duty. His voice was not loud, but it echoed in the corridor. It was only after 4 or 5 seconds that it gradually calmed down. Almost at the same time, a voice sounded from the other side of the door. Come in. Hearing this, Kotori took another deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked in. It wasn't a spacious office behind the door, but an ordinary study room. The 4 walls of the study were filled with bookshelves filled with books. Behind a desk, in the innermost part of the study, an old man in his 50s with white hair and a long beard was sitting on a swivel chair. He crossed his arms and supported his chin with the back of his hand. He gazed at Kotori, who walked into the room with a peaceful smile on his face like an amiable old man. As soon as Kotori saw the elderly man, her expression turned solemn and her eyes revealed a look of respect. This old man is the founder of Ratatoskr, Elliot Baldwin. Baldwin? Woodman. He's also Kotori's benefactor. Woodman-sama. Kotori stopped 2 to 3 meters away from the desk and bowed deeply. Seeing Kotori's respectful look, Woodman's smile widened, and he looked more and more peaceful. Long time no see, Commander Wuha. I'm relieved to see you in such good spirits. Thank you for your concern, Lord. Coterie nodded. She seemed to really respect Woodman. Woodman was gratified, but at the same time, he felt a little helpless. It's not time for the annual round table conference yet, right? Commander Wuha. Woodman straightened his back when he saw Coterie standing in front of him. The round table conference hasn't started yet, and you're already here. If I'm not mistaken, you're here to apply for the display device, right? Coterie held her breath and nodded. That's part of the reason. There's another thing I need to report. Then let's talk about the display device. Woodman smiled and picked up an application form signed by Itsuka Coterie from the table. There was a lot of information written on it. If other people were to see the information recorded on it, they would definitely be shocked. That was because what was recorded on the application form were all display devices that had a wide range of uses and extraordinary performance. Other than the display devices for other purposes, just the display devices for personal combat, the CR units alone numbered in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, all of them were the latest and most powerful. When I first received this application form, even I was shocked. Woodman smiled bitterly. If all the display devices on this application form are really manufactured, then Xianxia Electronics Company might even go bankrupt. I can't believe that this application form was personally submitted by you, Commander Five River. Woodman paused for a moment before he added in a playful tone. Don't tell me this is a prank from you, Commander Wuha. Even Coterie, who respected Woodman greatly, couldn't help but smile bitterly. If Woodman said it was a prank, one can only imagine how ridiculous the display device Coterie applied for is. These display devices would all be used to equip the base in the giant beast forest. The CR unit would also be used by the 20,000 sisters. It was equivalent to creating an organization bigger than the EST. How could Woodman not be surprised or even shocked? Coterie had already predicted the reaction she would get from submitting this application form. Woodman was probably the only one who saw this application form. If the rest of the higher-ups saw it, Coterie would be drowned in saliva by now. But it couldn't be helped. This batch of display devices had to be obtained. Therefore, even though Coterie knew her words might cause a huge commotion, she still replied seriously with a tense expression. Commander Woodman, it's true. The smile on Woodman's face slowly disappeared. Looking at Coterie's serious expression, he frowned deeply. Commander Wuha, you should know how unrealistic your request is, right? Woodman looked at the application form in his hand and closed his eyes as if he couldn't bear to look at it. Even if Xianxia Electronics has the ability to create the display device above, the budget spent on it is definitely an extremely huge amount. If it is really implemented, Xianxia Electronics will definitely be emptied and will only exist in name. Woodman looked straight at Coterie. Commander Wuha, do you understand how unreasonable this request is? Yes. Yes. Under Woodman's gaze, Coterie didn't seem to notice anything. Her expression didn't even change, but she said something that made Woodman's expression change. Therefore, I will be responsible for the cost of creating the display devices. Chapter 1138. Therefore, I will take full responsibility for the cost of the device. Woodman's expression changed when he heard Coterie's serious words. In this world, there were only two organizations that had the ability to create display devices, Xianxia Electronics Company and DM. As the only two organizations in the world that have the technology to create the device, they might not be the richest in the world, but they are definitely one of the wealthiest organizations. Under such circumstances, Xianxia Electronics would face the danger of losing all of its funds to manufacture the display device Coterie requested. It wasn't hard to imagine how much funds Coterie needed to manufacture the display device. However, Coterie said she will take full responsibility for the cost. Apart from her identity as the commander of Ratatosker, Coterie is just a little girl from an ordinary family. Can she afford such a huge amount of money? The answer is no. Woodman, who knows Coterie's family well, can't help but think that Coterie is pranking him. But because Woodman knew Coterie well, he knew Coterie wasn't joking. Woodman's eyes gradually narrowed. His pupils constricted into the shape of needles as he spoke in a deep voice. Commander Five Rivers, are you serious? The heavy atmosphere in the silent study room continued to rise. Coterie closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were filled with determination. Woodman, who had witnessed this scene, fell silent. Following Woodman's silence, the entire study suddenly fell into an indescribable, stifling silence. If someone were to stay here, perhaps, if anyone was in the study room, they would have a hard time maintaining their breathing under the heavy atmosphere. After a long time, Woodman raised his head and looked at Coterie. May I ask, where do you plan to get the money? Coterie lowered her head and pondered for a moment before answering. This fund was entrusted to me by my brother. He asked me to use it at this time. That's right. The money Coterie wanted to use to create the device was given to her by Wu Yin himself. Wu Yin predicted that in the end, the matter of requesting the display device from the higher-ups of Ratatoskr would escalate to a financial issue. After all, the quality and quantity of the display devices they needed were simply too high, too many. Even the Yasgate Electronics Company might not be able to afford it. Moreover, Coterie didn't apply for the device for Ratatoskr. It was a personal request. Therefore, Yasgate Electronics wouldn't spend such a huge amount of money to create a display device for Coterie's request. The display device wasn't something that could be given away casually. If they didn't use it well, it might become the source of a disaster. Even with Coterie's trust, the higher-ups were willing to give away the device. However, if they didn't solve the basic problem of funding, they wouldn't be able to negotiate. Therefore, the next morning after returning to the Date World, Wu Yin gave Coterie a space ring filled with gold coins. The value of gold in this world was very high. Wu Yin can casually take out any one of these gold coins and exchange it for a large sum of money. If you were to take out all the gold coins in the Ring of Gold, then the sum of all the wealth in the world wouldn't even amount to 1/10, 0.000th of the gold coins in the Ring of Gold. Wu Yin only needed to take out a drop in the ocean of gold from the Ring of Gold, and he could use it to create these devices. This would make the base in the giant beast forest more secure and the 20,000 Misaka sisters more powerful. Why wouldn't he do it? If it wasn't for the gold coins, Coterie wouldn't have dared to submit the application. Upon hearing Coterie's words, Woodman was taken aback. Shortly after, he recalled something. He suddenly thought of something, and his expression turned serious. You must be referring to the mysterious person who isn't an elf or a magician, but has power comparable to an elf, right? Coterie nodded slowly. Woodman fell into deep thought. Woodman had already noticed Wu Yin when he first arrived in this world with the Spacequake. Both AST and DM thought Wu Yin is a spirit, but Coterie's connection made it clear to Woodman that Wu Yin isn't a spirit. Of course, Woodman didn't know Wu Yan's true identity. Coterie didn't report the fact that Wu Yin is a vampire to the higher-ups. Before becoming Wu Yan's summon, Coterie didn't even know where Wu Yin came from. How could she report that? Thus, in the eyes of Woodman and the other Ratatoskr members, Wu Yin is shrouded in mystery. There's nothing about him that isn't a mystery. Now, this enigmatic existence took out a large amount of money to create a large number of display devices. Fifth River Commander. Woodman looked at Coterie with a meaningful gaze. Don't tell me the display devices you applied for is what your brother needs? Coterie narrowed her eyes for a moment before she relaxed and answered truthfully. Yes, Lord Woodman. Just as you guessed, it was my brother who requested the display devices. Woodman pursed his lips, and a look of dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. Fifth River Commander, the display devices aren't something that can be given away. If someone uses them for evil purposes, do you know what will happen to this world that's already facing a disaster? Lord Woodman, I understand your concern. Coterie looked up with a bitter smile. But I think that your concerns are unnecessary. Woodman's interest was piqued by Coterie's words. Oh, why? The reason is simple. Coterie took a deep breath. Her red eyes flashed. If my brother wants to destroy this world, no one can stop him. He doesn't need the display devices at all. Woodman's expression changed drastically as overwhelming waves surged in his heart. Even his hands were clenched into fists. His shrewd eyes rippled with waves that were difficult to suppress. No one can stop it. Woodman closed his eyes as if he didn't want others to see him lose his composure. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, but that smile seemed forced no matter how one looked at it. Looks like the real danger in this world isn't the elves, but this mysterious existence. Seeing how Woodman was trying his best to suppress something, Coterie felt a little apologetic, but that was the truth. If Wuxian really wants to destroy this world, all he needs to do is release a vassal beast and have it run around the world. Then the world will enter the Stone Age. The only way to deal with familiars was to use mana to neutralize them. However, in this world, mana wasn't real mana. It was just a form of energy that powered the display device. It couldn't deal with familiars at all. Coterie was only speaking the truth. All right, the application for the display devices is approved. Woodman looked at Coterie and said in a deep voice, "But I hope that existence will always be on our side." Coterie finally let out a sigh of relief and respectfully agreed. "Don't worry, my brother has unimaginable power, but he doesn't have much ambition. As long as there are no accidents, he won't do anything." "That's good." Woodman nodded with a kind smile on his face. "I will be in charge of the display devices. Make them as soon as possible. Of course, you'll have to fork out the fund yourselves. Asgate Electronics can't afford it." "Yes." Coterie bowed and hesitated for a moment. "One more thing. Tokisaki Kurumi has left the Itsuka family." Tokisaki Kurumi left. Woodman furrowed his brows and said with uncertainty, "Is it your brother's idea again?" "Yes, a little. This." Woodman smiled bitterly. "He's pretty much certain that the most dangerous existence in this world is Wuxian. They have a way to deal with the elves, but they don't have a way to deal with Wuxian." Chapter 1139. In Heavenly Palace City, there's a building that is far taller than all the other buildings. This building is the branch office of DM in Heavenly Palace City, because Heavenly Palace City is the place where space tremors happen the most frequently in recent years. It is also the place where elves appear the most frequently. Therefore, DM has already set up a branch office in Heavenly Palace City in order to effectively capture or kill elves. As the only two organizations in the world that can create display devices, DM is the same as AST. They advocate killing elves to bring peace to the world. Or rather, it is precisely because DM advocates killing elves that AST has the same goal. After all, whether it is AST or the military police of other countries, the display devices are all provided by DM. Although in terms of technology, DIM was a bit weaker than Xianxia Electronics Company. In terms of reputation, DIM surpassed Xianxia Electronics Company by quite a bit. At least on the surface, almost everyone who knows about the existence of display devices knows about DM. However, there are not many people who know about the existence of Asgate Electronics, of course. DM and Asgate Electronics both know about each other's existence. Just like how there are good people and bad people in every world. In this world, these two organizations that have the ability to create display devices are also archenemies. Asgate Electronics Company advocated peaceful means of communication. In order to save elves, the threat of space tremors to the world will be eliminated without a trace. DEM advocates using force to suppress and destroy elves to bring peace to the world. How can two organizations with completely opposite natures not become archenemies? Of course, this is only on the surface. In all large organizations, there are people with evil intentions. DEM said that they plan to destroy elves and bring peace to the world, but there are also people who have evil intentions towards elves in this branch office building. There is such a person, is a person wearing a suit. He was a tall man with a head full of dull, grayish-golden hair and a pair of sharp eyes that seemed to have been carved out of his face with a small knife. The man looks to be at most 35 years old, but he gives people a feeling that he has experienced the vicissitudes of life and is very experienced. From time to time, the corner of his mouth would curl up into a smile like a wild wolf staring at its prey. It is full of danger. It was also a little nauseating. Isaac, Lay, Bellum, Wilcote, the executive director of the DIM company, in essence the upper management. This was because the DM was the main organization that provided the military with the display device. As long as he gave the order, the military strength of many countries would drop to the point where they would be left far behind by other countries. In this branch company, or even in this country, Wilcott was an existence that could cover the sky with one hand. Even if DIM is just a company, holding a glass full of red wine in his hand, Westcott looked at the scenery of Heavenly Palace City outside the window and sighed quietly. Isn't it said that there are many elves in Heavenly Palace City? Why was it so peaceful? After that, Scott stretched out his hand toward Heavenly Palace City outside the window and then clenched it tightly. How great would it be if the DM company mastered the technology of freely summoning Spacequake? This way, no matter how many sprites there are, they would be able to find them. If an ordinary person heard this, they would definitely run away and blacklist Scott, never to see him again. In order to find a sprite, he didn't hesitate to summon Spacequake. I'm afraid Wilcott doesn't care about the lives of the residents of Heavenly Palace City. Wilcott retracted his hand as if it was the most normal thing in the world. He sighed again and shook the glass full of red wine. At this moment, a tall and beautiful woman dressed like a secretary pushed open the door of the room and walked towards Wilcourt. Irene? As if he already knew who came, Wilcott smiled without turning his head. It's rare to see someone come to me at this time. I'm always here. The beautiful woman called Irene was holding a folder in her hand, and there was no expression on her pretty face. If you want to find me, just give me a shout. Is that so? Westcott narrowed his eyes. It was hard to tell if he was happy or disdainful when he smirked. If you're looking for me at this time, there must be something good, right? I don't know if it's a good thing or not. She opened the folder in her hand and took out a document. However, there's one thing that I need to report to you. Report? Westcott chuckled and shook his head. If it's something annoying, let's talk about it tomorrow. It should be something you're interested in. Irene glanced at Wilcott and put the document on the glass table in front of him. There was a photo on the document. It was a photo of a boy and two girls in high school uniforms walking forward, talking and laughing. The boy in the middle had black hair and red eyes. He looked like he was in his 20s. The woman walking on the left had long purple hair that reached her waist and a pair of dreamy, crystal-like eyes. As for the woman on the right, her long black hair was tied into two ponytails in front of her. Her bangs were long enough to cover one of her eyes. Seeing the three of them, Westcott, who had been uninterested, felt his heart skip a beat. His sharp gaze landed on the photo, which shone brightly. Wilcott had never seen the three of them before, but he saw them in the video of the battle between AST and the elves. Red Devil, Princess, Nightmare. Westcott uttered the names one by one. Every time he uttered a name, his heart would beat violently, and his body would even tremble. Obviously, he had already entered a state of extreme excitement. Seeing Westcott suppressing his excitement, Irene closed her eyes and slowly spoke. That young man's name is Itsuka Shido. The purple-haired girl is Otoka Toka, and the black-haired girl is Shikisaki Kurumi. They seem to be living together and studying at a school called Lichon High. Due to the fact that the three of them look shockingly similar to the Red Devil, Princess, and Nightmare, the intelligence personnel collected some information about them. When Irene reached this point, she frowned. However, from the information, they seemed to be ordinary students. There was no reaction from the elves. The system determined them to be ordinary people. Ordinary people? Wilcott's eyes widened. He covered his face and laughed out loud. Three ordinary people who have the same appearance as the three elves? Coincidentally, they're all in the same place? Do you believe it? Indeed. If that's the case, it's too much of a coincidence. Irene nodded expressionlessly. However, the information doesn't show any differences in their backgrounds. We can't conclude they're elves. Oh, well, Scott picked up the photo on the table and stared at the three people in it. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. You mean we can't conclude they're not elves? Yes. Elaine paused and nodded, causing a dangerous smile to appear on Scott's face. Isn't this interesting? Well, Scott looked at Irene and handed her the photo. Looks like we need to investigate this. Irene, I'll leave it to you. Are you sure? Irene frowned again. Her face was filled with uncertainty. If the investigation is correct, our opponents will be three elves. Westcott's brow rose, his gaze toward Irene becoming more and more interested. Don't you have the confidence to deal with three elves? Irene's expression turned serious. There's no elf in this world that I can't defeat. Westcott laughed delightfully when he heard the words. Then I'll leave it to you. Mira? Messier, the world's strongest magician. Chapter 1140. Tiangong City, Lichon High School, Teacher's Office, Tokisaki Classmate. Are you sure you want to take such a long leave? A petite teacher, who had the face of a high school student or even a junior high school student, said regretfully to Kurumi, who was standing in front of her and exuding an elegant aura. We're going to have a trip soon. If you take such a long leave, you won't be able to go. Kurumi was slightly startled. Then her face was full of regret. Is that so? That's a pity. If possible, Kurumi really wanted to go on a trip with Wuyan. It's really unfortunate that she chose to leave at this time. Kwang San forced a smile on his heart. But my family's already urging me, so then there's no other way. The child-faced teacher lowered her head. She looked like a primary school student who was about to cry after being bullied. Even Kurumi couldn't help but doubt in her heart at this time. In front of her is the teacher with the child-faced big boobs, really almost 30 years old. Then, Tokisaki Classmate, I hope you can come back soon. The teacher tilted her head and smiled. Even if you can't go on the trip, there will be a large-scale cultural festival held by 10 high schools in Tiangong City. It's an annual event. Tokisaki Classmate, if you miss this, it will be a real regret. Tiangong Festival. Kurumi blinked her eyes, and a charming smile appeared on her face. That's really exciting. I'll solve my problem as soon as possible. That's good. Okamoto nodded with satisfaction. Coming out of the teacher's office, Kurumi slowly put away the smile on her face and sighed as if she was tired. Next, Kurumi will go to find the whereabouts of the second elf and temporarily leave here for a while. Thinking that she was about to leave here, Kurumi's heart was more or less worried. It's not that she didn't want to come to Lichon High School. It's also not that she didn't want to leave her classmates. From the beginning to the end, there was only one person who could make her feel reluctant. Her wine-red eyes flickered a few times. Kurumi couldn't help but look in the direction of the classroom. She wanted to see Wu Yan. At least she wanted to say goodbye. But she was afraid. After meeting Wu Yan, she would be reluctant to leave. Standing at the door of the teacher's office, Kurumi's beautiful eyes were filled with hesitation. In the end, she gave up. Anyway, it's not like we won't meet again. Regardless of whether she found the second sprite or not, or whether she resolved the confusion in her heart, she would still come back. After all, Kwang San's life had long since merged with the only man who could move her heart. For the time being, I have to go back to my old self. Kurumi muttered. She then lifted her feet and walked towards the school gate. Walking on the sparsely populated street, Kurong 3 entered a small alley. She didn't stop until she reached the end of the alley where there wasn't a single trace of light. Then, she turned around and walked back. Era, are you not going to come out? The light and agile voice wantonly fluctuated in the narrow alley, spreading far and wide. Not long after, it stopped and returned to silence. But Kurumi kept a smile on her face. She stared straight ahead as if someone was standing right in front of her. In fact, that's the truth. Not far in front of Kurumi, there's a figure standing there. No, figure isn't the right word. To be more precise, it's a blurry image. If Kotori was here, she would recognize it. Because it's the shadow that gave Kotori the spirit crystal 5 years ago, turning her into a sprite. Phantom. Squinting his eyes, Kuang San's smile rose again, looking ferocious and bloodthirsty. No one knew if Phantom could see Kurumi's expression. That blurry figure slightly shook. Then, a strange voice reverberated in the air. It was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman, high or low. It had an inconceivable feeling. It was impossible to tell if the voice belonged to a man or a woman, high or low. When did you find out? Kurumi raised an eyebrow. Her only exposed eye curved into a crescent moon shape. The moment I came out of the office. Hearing Kuang San's words, the Phantom's blurry figure shook a few more times and spoke noisily. Then, why didn't you inform your husband, Salma? I wanted to, but you would have left by then, right? Kurumi shrugged her shoulders. She looked at the Phantom with a bloody glint in her eyes. But I admire your courage. You know he's in Lichon High, yet you still came here. Do you think you're a match for him? I don't know if I'm a match for him. The Phantom said, but I know you need me. Kuang San's eyes narrowed. His body emitted a strong light that disappeared in a flash. When the light dimmed, a black and red spiritual equipment appeared on his body. Kurumi raised the gun in her hand and aimed at Phantom. Her golden eyes locked onto Phantom as she sneered. You don't think I'll betray him, do you? You won't. The Phantom paused for a moment. Someone as depraved as you will open your heart and accept someone? Hee. Kuang San giggled strangely. Her laughter made people's hair stand on end. You don't understand his gentleness at all. How would you know how important he is to me? Phantom fell silent when she heard that. Seeing Phantom go silent, Kurumi was bored. She put away the gun in her hand and turned around. Just as she was about to leave, Phantom opened her mouth to speak. You've gained enough time from him to achieve your goal, right? Kuang San's footsteps abruptly stopped. He froze on the spot and lowered his head. Every number on the angel of Kurumi, the engraving emperor, contained the ability to manipulate time. These abilities would consume Kurumi's time every time they were used. Only the bullet of 11 and the bullet of 12 were slightly different. These two bullets would consume the same amount of time as an elf's life. That was why Kurumi needed to absorb the time of humans to replenish her life. She wanted to get enough time to fire the bullet of 12 that could send her target back to the past. She wanted to return to 30 years ago and kill the first elf. Now, the time she gained from Wu Yan was enough for her to return to 30 years ago and support her in killing the original elf. In other words, as long as Kurumi was willing, she could fulfill her wish at any time. I don't know what your goal is, but I know you want to shoot the bullet of 12, right? The Phantom's mocking voice entered Kurumi's ears. Don't you already have what you want? Why did you choose to stay by his side? Hearing Phantom's words, Kuang San slowly turned around and looked forward. A gentle smile quietly appeared on her face. Because he said he didn't want me to disappear. After saying this, Kurumi turned around again and walked out of the alley, brushing past Phantom's figure. You better be prepared the next time you appear in front of me. He really wants to see you. I'm sure he'll be happy if I capture you and give you to him as a gift. Phantom seemed to have turned around as well. Her blurry figure flashed, and she looked at Kurumi, who was walking away, and suddenly said, You're right. The second elf was imprisoned by the Dem. Also, the Dem has his eyes on the person in your heart. Kurumi turned around and looked at the Phantom. However, the Phantom was already gone. All that was left was an empty alley. Kurumi smiled. Her smile was both happy and bloody. Chapter 1141. Not coming back? Wu Yan frowned as he listened to Kotori's voice on the other end of the line. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the negotiation? No, there's no problem with the negotiation. The display device and Kurumi's matter have been solved perfectly. They've already agreed to make the display device we need. They've also turned a blind eye to Kurumi's matter. It's going very smoothly. That's good to hear. Wu Yan felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. The main reason he returned to the date battle world was to obtain the display device that he planned to use to strengthen the Misaka sisters' CR unit. If he couldn't complete this task, it would be a real headache. As for Kurumi, she already got enough time from him, so she doesn't need to attack anyone else. She shouldn't be able to cause any trouble, so Wu Yin isn't too worried about that. Since everything is going well, why aren't you coming back? Wu Yin tilted his head in confusion. Don't tell me there's something troublesome and you want to take it all on yourself? It's a pity. Although I did plan to do so in the beginning, it was too late. But he didn't give me a chance. Kotori sighed with a hint of displeasure. It's just that it's almost time for the annual Round Table Conference to be held again. Instead of rushing back in a hurry, why don't we just finish the Round Table Conference here before going back? The so-called Round Table Conference was, in fact, a group formed by the high-ranking officers who founded Ratatoskr. The chairman of the Round Table Conference was Woodman. Kotori was also a member of the Round Table Conference and was appointed as the commander of Ratatoskr. As for the rest of the council members, some of them were higher-ups of Yasgate Electronics. Some are supporters who share the same goal as the Round Table Conference. Their true identity is only known to the other members of the Round Table Conference. However, to say that they had the same aspirations was nothing more than words. Kotori's displeasure could be heard from her tone. Some of the people in the Round Table Conference. In fact, she really hated it. This proves that some of the people in the Round Table Conference have bad intentions. However, on the surface, they were indeed supporting Ratatoskr's operation. In Ratatoskr, whether it was the display device needed for the elves or the operating funds, Ratatoskr didn't have much money. Kotori, as the commander of Ratatoskr, couldn't ignore the Round Table even if she hated this kind of person. Furthermore, while there were some who harbored evil intentions in the Round Table Conference, there were also some who truly advocated for saving the elves. No matter what, Kotori has to participate in the annual Round Table Conference. Wu Yin admired his sister. She was only a 15-year-old girl, yet she was able to become a council member and the commander of Ratatoskr at such a young age. In a way, Kotori was even better than Shokuhon Misaki. At the very least, Shokuhon Misaki's wisdom is mostly due to her ability to control others' minds. Kotori, on the other hand, relied on her own ability to walk down this path. So how could she not be admired? Understand. I'll use the excuse that you're going to stay at your friend's house for a few days. Wu Yin nodded. In a few days, it's time to go on a study trip. Shirori is also worried about leaving you and Yoshino at home. Let Yoshino stay in Fraxinus for a few days. I'll tell Shirori that you brought Yoshino to your classmate's house. Let's do that. Kotori nodded in agreement. Then, she remembered something and said, I put Shinzuki in charge of Ratatoskr. Contact him if you need anything. Shinzuki. Wu Yin scratched his cheeks. Can he do it? Don't worry. Don't look at him like that. When he gets serious, he will give you a scare. Kotori said. Wu Yin couldn't help but shrug. She sounded like she's up to no good. Wu Yin had a few question marks in his head. He shrugged helplessly. All right, I'll contact him if I need anything, don't worry. We still have Shinzuki, Yatsuki, and Ling Yin. Kotori pursed her lips. Even if something goes wrong, it'll be because of you. Wu Yin chuckled awkwardly. I'll take it that you're being arrogant. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I'm not joking. You need to be careful. Kotori's tone turned serious. The higher-ups here have begun to take notice of you. Some of them even think that you're more dangerous than the elves. If you cause any trouble, and those guys who only know how to talk big and are extremely afraid of death find out, it will be very troublesome. Is that so? Wu Yin raised an eyebrow, and his lips curled into a grin. Well, you don't have to worry about that. When have you ever seen me suffer? That's right. That's why I'm worried. Kotori smiled bitterly. Anyways, you need to be careful. I feel like something's gonna happen. I know. Wu Yin shook his head. I'll be careful. Just take care of yourself. All right. Kotori wasn't sure if Wu Yin took her advice seriously, so she shook her head. That's it then. If something urgent happens, just call this number. This is the emergency line. You're allowed to pick it up even during the roundtable conference. All right, that's it then. Leaving these words, he hung up the call. Looking at the phone in his hand, he narrowed his eyes as if deep in thought. Something's going to happen. Not sure if he thought of something good or not. Wu Yin had a playful look in his eyes. Something is going to happen. Shrugging his shoulders, he turned around and walked into the classroom. The moment he entered the classroom, a voice filled with excitement rang out. Shido! Toka sprinted towards Wu Yin, and she started waving her arms and legs while yelling at Wu Yin. Sensei said she's going to assign rooms for a study trip. Shido, let's be a team. 10 Fragrance's crisp voice caused the classroom, which was still in a noisy state a second ago, to quiet down. Then, a series of meaningful gazes swept over one after another. The smile on Wu Yan's face froze as he listened to the whispers around him. A drop of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead as he quickly rejected her with a righteous tone. No, 10 Fragrances puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Why? This? Wu Yan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and smiled. Look, if you're in the same room as me, what about Shirori? She'll want to be in the same room as you. I see. Toka nodded in realization. Then, she heard a calm voice. Don't worry. Tashiichi Origami stood up from her seat and hugged Shirori, who was beside her. I'll be in the same group as Shirori. Sigh. This time, it was Shiori's turn to have a drop of sweat on his forehead. Shiori's face turned pale when she thought of the tragedy that happened when she went shopping with Tashiichi Origami. I can't be alone with Origami. As such a thought flashed through her mind, Shirji called out to him. Then Toka, you can come too. It's decided then. Before Toka and Tashiichi Origami could say anything, Wu Yin made the decision. At this moment, teacher Xiaozhu, who was standing on the podium, seemed to have thought of something and took out a piece of paper. All right, I almost forgot to tell everyone. The destination of this trip has changed. Huh? All of a sudden, the entire class's bewildered voices overlapped perfectly, reverberating in the air. There were only a few days left before the trip. If the destination was changed now, wouldn't all the preparation be wasted? Shori-sensei smiled as if she expected this. Don't worry, the destination is Homie Island. It's very close, so we don't need to prepare much. Hearing this, the classroom became noisy once again. No one noticed that Wu Yin, who was standing at the back of the classroom, had a small grin on his face. Chapter 1142, Tiangong City Airport. Students, please gather according to your class. In the plaza of the airport, teacher Xiao Zhu and the other teachers of the other classes raised their hands and gave orders. They let the students who came to Zen High School to participate in the study trip line up according to their classes and get ready to board the plane at any time to set off for Hiroshima. Shirori pulled Toka, who kept looking around curiously towards the queue. Wu Yin carried a travel bag full of clothes and daily necessities as he walked behind the two of them. He looked around the airport and tapped on his unknown earpiece. Is it really okay? Asked Fraxinus to follow them to Orami Island. That's necessary. Ling Yin's tired voice rang out softly in the earpiece. After all, the travel agency that supports your study trip this time has a background that makes me a little worried. Oh? Wu Yin stopped, and he grinned at Ling Yin. Did you guys notice it? Ling Yin, who was talking to Wu Yin in Fraxinus' command room, flinched when she heard this. So you already knew. Well, vaguely. Wu Yin pursed his lips and continued to follow Toka and Shirori. Is it Dem? Dem. At this time, Shina's voice came from the earpiece. Her voice was full of surprise and confusion. Could it be that this study trip has something to do with Dem? I can't tell if it's related to Dem or not. Wu Yin shrugged. However, when I went to ask teacher Little Zhu why the destination of the trip was changed, she said that a travel agency called Cross had contacted the school. They said that they wanted to promote their company's tourism business and provided the expenses and location of the trip for free on the condition that the photos used in the promotional brochure were taken. Free? Yu's voice came from the command room. This is really generous. You can go on a study trip for free just by taking a few photos. No wonder Zen High changed their destination. But there was not the slightest bit of relief in Zhen's voice. She spoke again. What does this have to do with Dem? Don't you know? Is that really... Wu Yin said in surprise. That travel agency called Cross or something is a subsidiary of Dem. A subsidiary of Dem? Zhenna and Yiyue both froze at the same time. It's already suspicious enough to provide the cost and location of the study trip for free, but it's still more or less reasonable. However, since the target is the property of that Dem, then, if it's to promote tourism, wouldn't it be better to choose a more famous place? I don't think Lichang High is a famous school. As the target of the tourism promotion, it's not very likely that they would choose to come to Zen High School. Wu Yin added in a joking manner. Of course, it's also possible that there are other factors or it's a random selection. Maybe Lichang High School just happened to be selected. However, since it's a company under DEM, it's always necessary to be a little vigilant. You're right. Shinna and Yu nodded. The Dem is a dangerous entity that targets elves. To Ratatosker, the Dem is an archenemy. Coincidentally, Toka is also in Lichang High School. Wu Yin was mistaken for an elf until now. Now that the Dem has a hand in some of Lichang High School's affairs, it's necessary to be on high alert. But I don't think we need Fraxinus to go with us to Japan, do we? Wu Yin said helplessly. Wouldn't that be making a big deal out of nothing? Just in case. Just in case. If something urgent happens, we can go there immediately. Ling Yin explained calmly. She muttered in dissatisfaction. Initially, I wanted to act as Ratatasker's contact person as a teacher, but the commander's sister has seen me before when she was traveling to the hot spring. If I follow her, it'll definitely arouse suspicion. If that happens, it'll be hard for me to explain to the commander. All right, don't worry too much. If there's an emergency, even if I can't handle it, you guys can't handle it either. Wu Yin shook his head. All in all, please pay attention to your surroundings. If you notice anything suspicious, you can decide what to do. As for the matters on the ground, I'll take care of them. Understood, Ling Yin replied. If it's not necessary, please don't remove Toka's seal. It'll be troublesome if Toka's psychic waves are detected. I don't think that's necessary. Wu Yin scratched his cheeks in an uncertain manner. I'll take care of it. Shinna, Yu, wait for orders in Fraxinus. Yes, sir. Shinna and Yu answered in a strong voice. Wu Yin nodded in satisfaction. Then, he remembered something. Oh right, didn't Kotori say that Shinzuki is in charge of Ratatosker? Why didn't I hear his voice? He's lying on the commander's seat right now. Ling Yin said in an emotionless voice. He said he wants to use his body temperature to retain the commander's precious scent and warmth. All right, pretend I didn't ask. 10 minutes later, the students of Lichang High School were all lined up neatly with bags in their hands. They were waiting to board the plane and head to the destination of their study trip, Hashima. All right, students, please be quiet. Teacher Xiao Zhu stepped forward and clapped her hands, attracting the attention of the group of students who were discussing their study trip. Then, she smiled and stepped aside. Let me introduce you to someone. As Soju Sensei stepped aside, a tall girl appeared in front of everyone. She has light blonde hair that fluttered in the wind. The rest of her hair was tied up behind her head. She's wearing a reporter's outfit with a camera hanging around her neck. Her facial features are different from Asians. Her skin is snow white, as if she came from a foreign country. She exudes an aura that doesn't fit in, but doesn't give off a sense of distance. Only the sharper ones like Toka and Tokichi Origami notice that this girl has a unique aura. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a peculiar glint when he saw the girl. He looked at her with a playful and contemptuous gaze. This is the photographer sent by the travel agency. Soju Sensei introduced the photographer to the students. Since this study trip is sponsored by the Cross Travel Agency for free, in order to provide help to the travel agency, the photographer will record and shoot the process of your trip. Therefore, if you're photographed, please cooperate and don't cause any trouble. Just call me Irene. The photographer named Elaine smiled and bowed politely. I look forward to your guidance on this trip. Thank you for your guidance. The group of students responded one after another. Good, good. Soju Sensei nodded happily. It's about time to board the plane. Remember to bring your belongings. Don't leave them behind. Yes. Irene touched the camera in her hand when she saw the students talking about their belongings. She glanced at the students and stopped at two people. Toko was chatting happily with Shirori. She looked at Wu Yin, who was looking at her with a faint smile. Irene's pupils constricted, and then she looked away as if nothing had happened. A trace of vigilance rose in her heart. Could it be that the person who looked like their devil knew his identity? No, I shouldn't have met him before. She turned to look at Wu Yin again. That half-smile he had on his face was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there's an ordinary male student with a helpless smile on his face, chatting with Shirori and Toka about something. Seeing this, even Irene couldn't help but feel doubtful. Just now, was that just an illusion? Is that guy really the Red Devil? Chapter 1143. High up in the sky, in a plane flying at high speed. Wow! Leaning on the window and looking at the endless ocean below, Toka's dreamy eyes fluctuated with extraordinary splendor. She seemed very excited. This is the ocean? It's really big. Seeing Toka's unusually happy expression, Shirori unconsciously also showed a smile on her face. Don't worry, we'll be able to play at the beach soon. So Toka, if you're too excited, be careful that you don't have the energy to swim. Swim. 10 incense narrowed her eyes in anticipation. She hurriedly sat down in her seat. You're right, can't be too excited. If you're too excited, you won't have the energy to swim. Calm down. She muttered to herself to calm down, and she did indeed calm down. However, because she was too calm, her squinted eyes began to blink tiredly. Not long after, she closed her eyes. Her head also tilted to the side, and she fell into a deep slumber. Really? Shirori helplessly shook her head. Her eyes couldn't help but show a doting expression. She flicked Toka's bangs and softly muttered, "Good night." All of a sudden, a cold gaze pierced from Shiori's side to her back, causing her to feel a chill down her spine. The doting smile on her face also froze up. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Shirori turned her head with an uneasy expression and looked to the other side of her. Then, Tokichi Origami's calm face and cold gaze were imprinted in her eyes. Looking at Toka Origami's cold gaze, Shirori embarrassedly smiled and carefully asked a question. What's wrong? Origami classmate. Toka Origami didn't say anything. She stared at Shirori until a while later, her eyes closed, head tilted. Like Toka, she seems to have fallen asleep. Shiori's mouth twitched. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. Toka Origami, who was sleeping, seemed to be a bit dissatisfied. She rubbed her head against Shiori's body. That appearance looked strange, but Shirori, who already had some understanding of Toka Origami, unwillingly understood. At that moment, Shirji could only sigh. She also stroked Toka Origami's bangs. She forced a smile. Good night. Yuichi Origami's expression finally looked better. Not far behind Toka, Tobarama Origami, and Shirori. Irene raised the camera in her hand, adjusted the focus, and aimed it at Toka and the other two. To be more precise, it was aimed at the sleeping 10 incense. After a few clicks, the photos were taken one after another. After pressing the shutter countless times, Irene put down the camera in her hand and stared at the sleeping Toka with a frown. This time, Irene's mission wasn't just to investigate 10 fragrances. She also had to investigate Wu Yin and Kurumi, who looked very similar to elves. However, since the beginning of her trip, she had seen 10 incense and Wu Yin, but not Kurumi. What's going on? Irene muttered to herself with a frown. Why don't I see Nightmare? As soon as she said this, a magnetic voice rang in Irene's ears. Nightmare? Who is that? Alarmed, Irene abruptly turned her head to look behind her. As she did so, a face with a mysterious smile entered her field of vision, causing her heart to skip a beat. Is there another foreigner on the plane like Miss Irene? Wu Yin blinked his eyes, and he laughed in a weird manner. The foreigner with the name Nightmare sure has a personality, no. No. Irene tried to suppress her wildly beating heart. She tilted her head at Wu Yin in confusion. You are? Me? Wu Yin shrugged and smiled. Miss Irene, don't you know me? Someone took a photo of me just now. Irene's eyes trembled. She forced a smile. Is that so? I'm sorry, it's a job requirement. Ma, looks like being a photographer isn't easy after all. Wu Yin looked at Irene straight in the eye. He pointed at the seat beside him as if he's trying to strike up a conversation with Irene. Can I sit here? Hearing this, Irene subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when she thought that it would be easier to observe, she nodded her head. Of course. Thank you very much. Wu Yin bowed like a noble. He sat down beside Irene, and he handed her one of the 2 bottles of drinks he's been holding. If you don't mind, please have this tea, thank you. Irene took the drink from Wu Yan's hand with an unnatural expression. She didn't open it. She just held it in her hand. Most girls wouldn't eat or drink anything given to them by a guy they met for the first time. After all, she didn't know if the guy was up to no good. As for Irene, apart from this reason, there was also another reason. The one who gave her the drink was most likely an elf. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly drink a drink from the other party? Wu didn't notice this, but he opened his drink and took a sip. He looked straight ahead and suddenly spoke. Isn't Toka cute? She didn't expect Wu Yin to say something like that. She asked out of reflex. Why do you ask? Isn't it? Wu Yin looked at Irene in surprise. Miss Irene, haven't you been taking pictures of Toka? Isn't it because she's cute? Irene's heart almost skipped a beat. Her originally unnatural expression became even more unnatural. She nodded perfunctorily in a slightly flustered state. Well, that's true. Isn't that a little too perfunctory? Wu Yin bitterly smiled as he took a sip of his drink. Then he leaned back in his chair. Miss Irene, you've been taking pictures of me and Toka since we got on the plane. I thought you took a fancy to us and wanted to use our pictures as the cover of the travel agency's brochure. Hearing this, Irene's grip on the camera tightened. Even her breathing quickened a little as she forced a smile. I'm sorry. You and that lady have a unique temperament, so I couldn't help but take a few more pictures. Did I cause you trouble? Trouble? What a nuisance. Wu Yin tapped the cold surface of the can with his finger and chuckled. Of course it's not troublesome to take pictures now, but if you take them back, we'll be in trouble, Irene's eyes wavered. Her smile became more and more feeble. It's just for the travel agency's brochure. It won't cause you any trouble. Is that so? Wu Yin glanced at Irene. Irene thought she was hallucinating. Wu Yin grinned at her with a smile that didn't look like a smile on his face. I hope that's the case. After all, Miss Irene seems to be very smart, but it's easy for her to make some mistakes. Confused, Irene looked at herself in confusion. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. Don't you know? Wu Yin tapped his ear with a faint smile. For example, women usually wear headphones. If they don't want people to see them, they'll cover their ears with their hair. Miss Irene, who didn't notice what? Irene immediately touched her ear. When she touched her wireless headset, her heart beat faster again. This is the wireless headset she used to keep in touch with the team that came with her. And Miss Irene, Wu Yin narrowed his eyes as if he didn't see Irene's panicked expression. In the beginning, although I said 10 fragrances is very cute, I didn't tell you who 10 fragrances is. The blood drained from Irene's face, and she became abnormally pale. Haha, Miss Irene is surprisingly easy to bully. Wu Yin smiled and stood up. No, before Miss Irene hates me. It seems like I have to retreat as soon as possible. Wu Yin waved at Irene and walked away with the can in his hand. Irene held the camera in her hand and looked at Wu Yan's back with uncertainty. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.